Happy Sunday. Good morning. I know it's not morning anymore. It's like 2 p.m. but like it's morning for me, all right. I'm a late waker. I don't know, what do you call it? I'm a bedhead. I'm a sleepy bird. Hello everyone. Konnichiwa. Hello Michael. Hello Michael. Thank you for the lurk. じゃあ今日はドルズフロントライン2 Exidium and we are creating. Oh, I didn't know you could drag this. I didn't know you could drag this. What the? Huh? Why is there this function? I don't know if they've ever added enough events for you to actually do something with this. That's so funny. Can you do it anywhere else? No? Oh right, let's change our login screen. Walking with wolves.
昔の AN94 はもういません。これからはアルバとしてあなたのために戦います。
How is everyone doing today? It's almost 3 unless it's almost 2. It's 2. Daylight savings time. By the way, we don't daylight savings time has been canceled where I live. Or standard time's been canceled. There's no more daylight savings switching where I live. It is one time zone for the entire year. Which is gonna be really hard to coordinate with Californians because Californians are gonna have different time from me now. This will be weird. This will be very weird. I can't, like, with VTubers, right? We have this tool that we use to coordinate different time zones, and now for all the people in California that I'm used to, you know, sharing time zone with, I'll have to use that tool as well. I'll be like, yeah, are we on the same time right now or no? Okay, winter standard time. Okay, you guys are like an hour off from me now. It's gonna be so funny. Oh gosh, is this what it's like to live in a weird place? To just be completely separate from the rest of the, because I know in some places usually it's on like the tips of a province or a state, they'll sometimes use a different time zone from the rest of the state, just because it's more convenient to work with, because like the big cities are like across state lines, so it's more convenient to share a time zone with the closest city than it is with the rest of the state. The only state that doesn't follow daylight savings is Arizona. Arizona's a little diffy, aren't they? Arizona's a little funny. Labrador uses 30-minute diff for Newfoundland, yeah. I know even in British Columbia, the easternmost settlements, they follow like mountain time instead of Pacific time. It's a little funky like that. Hello there, Pink. Hello. Yeah. All right, guys. Before we start, oh, I'm so tired, man. I went to karaoke yesterday. There was like 16 people there. There's so many people. The karaoke place is actually quite nice. Very clean. Very quiet. Everybody else that was at the karaoke place, it was full of Chinese people. It was all Chinese people. All the other rooms, they were all so quiet. They were like whispering their songs. There was another room that also had 16 people and they were so quiet. I think they were just like chatting in there. I wasn't hearing any singing. My group apparently was so loud that like when one of us went out to buy some water, which was really expensive, They always overcharge for water in these places. The staff were like, "Is that your group?" We got pointed out for actually like moriyagaru. Ne. 僕らのグループは他人以上に盛り上がってた。カラオケで。I'm very proud that my group was like so into the karaoke. That was probably like one of the most fun I've ever had at a karaoke before. Very good, very good. It took a long time for me to start enjoying karaoke. Said that your kidnapper Q is back. Oh, she left? She left? When did she leave? So you're streaming Overwatch, I know of that. Yeah, I understand. I would do that too. Overwatch? Ew. Valorant? Ew. I've been thinking about playing Project Zomboid, but I also thought, ew. Why would I play Project Zomboid when I can play card games? Guys, apparently Slay the Spire 2 has co-op. I gotta find some people to co-op with. Didn't her grandmother? Oh yeah! Shit, I didn't want to feel bad. Now I feel bad. Yeah, she did her donathon so she could afford a trip to see her grandma, and then her grandma passed away before she could get there. Very unfortunate. I don't know Q too well, but she did tell me that her grandma basically raised her. So that's very sad. Very, very, very sad. Zomboid is funny if you have friends. Do I have friends? I think I might have a few friends. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Oh, I hope Q's doing all right. It's never easy. I cried like crazy when my grandma died. And my grandma didn't even raise me. Didn't mean to emotional roller coaster. Nah, that's cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, apparently Gorilla's in the game now. And why does she have a giant robot? Why does she have a assault artillery? These aren't supposed to exist yet. These aren't supposed to exist yet. Assault artillery. These robots aren't supposed to exist yet. This is like too soon. Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys were there when I was streaming Reverse Collapse, but these are basically like you have to fight like hundreds of these enemies in a later game. Gosh, I can't wait for RC2. When are they gonna release it? I saw like on Twitter, apparently there's some psychopath people who are determined that Girls Frontline and Reverse Collapse don't exist in the same universe, which is really, really weird considering they have the same characters. They share characters. The ones in GF1 are kind of funny. They're not really assault artillery. They're something else entirely. It's funny because assault artillery is supposed to be like the original robots in this universe, but then they have robots in GF and they're kind of weird spider things, and then they gave us weird KSSO had like weird robots as well. And then Paradius had their own really weird robots. It's weird. They're not. It doesn't feel standardized. But then again, you know, in the real world, every country has like their own tanks and planes. Every big country has their own tanks and planes, right? They don't make heavy use of it because it costs too much. And then in like RC, you're like literally mowing down hundreds of these things. They're just everywhere. I know in the lore files for GF2, the what do they call them? The Border Wall Patrol Corps. They have some remote control large robots. But it's not a lot. It's not like in RC where there's just like hundreds and hundreds of those things. How many times do you have to beat Slay the Spire 1? I haven't beaten it. I thought I beat it, but actually it was a lie. Actually, there's the final heart boss. And the heart boss is kind of scary. And I've been playing that game a lot off stream. And I'm still not even able to get to the heart anymore. I'm just constantly dying. It's very pitiful. Very, very pitiful. Guys, do you think I can get this in the first 10 poll? Do you think I get Void Mestina in the first 10 poll? Also, I saw FaZe Connect is getting sponsorship streams for this game. I wonder if there's any other company, any other VTuber company that's getting sponsored to do this. Did they hire Doki Bird again? It was a little bit weird to see FaZe Connect do Girls Frontline sponsorships. It kind of makes sense, but it just felt weird because me and Kuroko have been playing this series on our own basically for years now, and just suddenly seeing giant streamers stream the game is like, where have you been this whole time, guys? Where have you been? Only FaZe and Hollow? Hey DFam. Where have you guys been? I need to actually do another talk show with Kuroko and Ferrari. Maybe Aventa. I know Ferrari's been asking to do another talk for a while. I know they did the Twitter space too. But I do think like a stream is definitely more reaches a wider audience. Man. I want to do another talk. I am probably the least deep into the game out of the three of us. Kuroko actually plays GF1. I have like a giant black hole in my knowledge of GF1, and I'm sorry guys, I'm not dedicated enough to go there. I'm just not dedicated enough to go there. That is my bad. You must succumb to foot fetish. I swear to God, whoever posted it on my server, I love RPK, but like the horny memes with RPK sometimes are just really stupid. We must succumb to foot fetish. I hate that one. Okay? RPK in a nun outfit is so damn hot, but some of this shit drives me up a wall. Fake Mika fan. I listen to the music. I'm sorry, it's just there's too much story. I'll read the Spark Notes. I still need to read through Ferrari's lore doc. I'll read the Spark Notes. I'm sorry, there's just too much. Okay, between this game, Reverse. See, like I say before, Girls Frontline's writing, it's good, but it's like very cerebral. It's very like things happen and not how people feel. Like you infer how people feel, whereas in Reverse, it's about they tell you how people feel. And the things that actually happen are sometimes really confusing. You don't it's like the opposite. In Reverse, you don't actually know what's happening, you just know how people feel. In Girls Frontline, you know what happens, but you don't understand quite how people feel. If FaZe got Mecha Break and GF sponsorship, that's both Chinese. It is both Chinese. You know, they would probably do really well with the Mecha Break sponsorship. I mean, like the devs of Mecha Break love Gundam Seed, and Sakana is very well known for having put through the FaZe community through his watch along of Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny. Put through the talents through it too. In their Discord server back in the day. If you want to stay at this company, you have to watch Gundam Seed with me. That's like prime CEO material right there. It makes you watch his favorite Gundam show. GF2 didn't reach Hololive with Orochrony. Oh, does she play it? I guess she got a sponsorship. I feel like the people who get sponsorships for these games never actually play it. But then again, I think Girls Frontline is just the appeal. The gameplay is just not that appealing. I'm not gonna lie. As someone who likes XCOM, the execution of Girls Frontline's XCOM gameplay does not actually appeal to me. It doesn't have the same amount of depth, of strategic depth, even though technically like the characters are like more varied. The lack of real thought put into the cover system is not that appealing. Right, there is strategy, but sometimes the strategy is like just not obvious. It doesn't make sense. I mentioned a little bit XCOM gameplay doesn't have broad appeal. It's the depth of the XCOM gameplay is just not there. That's why. XCOM gameplay does have appeal, but not in... I don't think it works for gacha. Right? I don't think it really works that well for gacha. Arknights did tower defense, and that was a bit of a stretch. Can't be too hard because you turn off casual. Exactly. I'm not stimulated enough to really enjoy it. And hard mode is... It feels like it's just a stat, you know, stat cards, right? It's just a numbers game. Also, Voimastina looks great. Some people say, oh, her arms are really thin. But in the first game, right, her arms are even thinner than this. So they actually made her arms bigger. They're just not massive biceps. I think they could give her massive biceps and it would be great, you know? She's not even like as built as Magnilda, right, from NeuroCloud. Not autistic for me. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I met a guy yesterday at karaoke. Actually, I already knew him before, but I hadn't seen him in years. I don't remember where I met him. And we both ended up really liking robot. Like we found out like very gradually that we both like enjoyed robot anime. We both like the same kind of stuff, right? And we enjoyed it in the same kind of like, we're very intense about it, but we're also not autistic about it. We're like, yeah, those guys who are like really into robot anime in like their 40s and 50s, those guys, they're so fucking autistic. We were both like, yeah, the mecha anime community are very fucking autistic. Have you seen Legend of the Galactic Heroes? Yes, I have. Wait, you know Nadesco? Yes, I know Nadesco. What the fuck? I don't know anybody who's watching Nadesco. Martian Sex Episode Nadesco. I don't know anyone who's watched it. He watched it. We both like love, what do you call it? The all-encompassing nature of mecha. Like, we watched all the old stuff. But like, we're not insane. We're not insane. We don't go after like tiny little inconsistencies of like, oh, this robot wasn't supposed to show up at this time because, you know, the technology wasn't there yet, or blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Like, why does this Gundam suddenly get superpowers in this episode? It doesn't matter. That's not the point. That's not the point. The technology is not the point. The point is like what the director is trying to tell you about the people through the story. I'm aware of Martian success. Nadesco is really good, but also really depressing. It is like probably the closest I've seen to a honest to God, and I'm saying this with a straight face, deconstruction of robot anime. It is an honest to God deconstruction of robot anime. You literally just went off on why this girlie shouldn't have her mech. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. I did, but But like the guys I'm talking about are even more extreme. They go into like really finite detail. Like tiny little details. Like, you know how in Gundam models, right? In universe, these are robots, you know, off of assembly lines, right? So in the Gundam models, in the instruction manuals, they'll actually have stat sheets. And like these guys will compare power levels based on the stat sheets that were just randomly scribbled on by some guy in the toy factory, right? They'll be like, what did Tomino mean by this when like the Gundam beat the Gelgoog, even though technically the Gelgoog has higher specs according to the instruction manual. And like what they don't understand is like Tomino literally did not write that. That is just some fluff that was made up by some random guy at Bandai Namco when they were making the toy. Right? This is it. Tomino literally never thought about that. But these guys don't get it. They're like, but it says right there on the instruction. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It was made by different people. Oh. Like it's some extreme form of pedantic that a lot of, you know, mecha anime nerds are like that. I know like other fandoms will have something similar with their pedanticness, but then they'll be like, instead of like robots and spec sheets, they'll be like, okay, your ship is wrong and here's why. And this is why my ship is canon. Even though the director says it's not canon, my canon is superior to the director's and here's why. Writes a fucking essay. Same way I feel about stars. I don't care about the corporation of X-Wings, man. Space fantasy with laser swords. Exactly. I mean, it's neat when if they take you to an X-Wing factory, but in the end, it's just a set piece. If they do show you the factory, it's more about explaining the way the world works, right? But yeah, I was so happy to finally meet someone who was like, I can be normal about with robots. Because I find a lot of VTubers who are into mecha anime, they enjoy it in a way that's different than the way I enjoy it. And their fan base too. Which, maybe it's my fault for not being able to connect with people on their level. I can only be me. Right? I can only really be me. Is Anaheim even in any shows? Yeah, it is. Anaheim is in Zeta Gundam. It's in Double Zeta Gundam. It's in Unicorn. The president of Anaheim shows up in Zeta Gundam, actually. I forgot he did, but he did show up in Zeta Gundam. And if you know Martha from Unicorn Gundam, she's his wife. Yeah, the president of Anaheim Electronics is married to Space Hillary Clinton. Right? The main character's family is deeply connected to Anaheim. Anyways. Good shit, right? Really good shit. Oh yeah, guys. Check this out. Okay. I'm gonna turn on my desk camera for a second. All right, I'm gonna show you my desk camera for a second. I gotta show off. All right. I gotta show off. I got some gifts from a friend recently who went to Asia, and I got a bunch of stuff and I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with it. Okay, I can finally do Oshikatsu, and you guys are gonna be there for it. Oh, why is it so bright? That's way too bright. Give me a second. That's way too bright. Oh my gosh, it's blinding. Why is it so bright? Shows what I know. Yeah, no, it's a little bit... It's very understated. Apparently, like, the president of Anaheim in Gundam Zeta is a Zionist, and he's literally funding wars in space against the Federation to return the Jews to their homeland in Israel. Yeah. Gundam's not political, but it kind of is. Gundam is not political at all. No. It's not political, man. It's not political, except maybe it is kind of political. Wait, what the? Why are you not? Huh? There we go. Hey guys. Hand jump scare. Hand jump scare. Anyways, check this out. Check this out. You know who this is? You know who this is? Oh. Check this out. You know who this is? You know who this is? Do you recognize this character? Do you recognize Suberu Chui? Peko? Peko! 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 Yes, very. Peko. Peko! Wild Pekko's appeared. Wild Pekko's appeared. Check this out. My friend came back to Canada from Asia on a trip to Asia, and they got me this. Check this out. Yeah, I'm so happy with this. I don't usually receive gifts. I'm really bad at receiving gifts, right? When people give me gifts, I don't know how to respond. But like, it made me really happy to receive these. I freaking love Pecora. I love Pecora so much. I really love Pecora. We got like, yeah, a New Year's Pecora pin badge, and we've also got an Omomori. We've got a Pecora Omomori. I don't know if this is like official merch, but like it's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice. You can't have a war story without politics. Absolutely. I mean, war is just politics by another means, right? And there's more. There's more. There's more. Also, don't look at my damaged keyboard pad. There's more. All right. My favorite Pecora skin. I love this one so much. I love her costume here. All right. I don't like seeing her in an idol outfit. I'm sorry, Pecora. This is like how I like seeing Pecora. In the jail outfit. I love this so much. Everyone's favorite Death Stranding character, right? Seeing her in Death Stranding was so crazy to me. Seeing that like my favorite voice actors watch Pecora was crazy. It's actually double-sided. I haven't peeled the plastic yet. I'm not sure when I'll peel. At some point I'll peel the protective plastic, but for now. Oh my god, she's so adorable. I love Pecora. I love my bratty rabbit comedian. Can't help being disappointed with a bunch of Japanese fictional war stories. The usual spark of war is just resources and land. Yeah, it is. I feel like director Tomino is really good about it because he actually understands. He understands war and the cause of war. Whereas like all of my college level educated colleagues cannot really fathom why, and they all fall for the propaganda. Which just makes me go like, man, all that education, all that money spent on your education, and you really just cannot grasp why things happen. And then you see robot anime and you're like, you scoff at robot anime and you think, robots are for kids. Valkyria oh yeah, Valkyria Chronicles kind of just is a little disappointing, not gonna lie. It's like people who think they understand war because they watched some American war movies, some like World War II. Like I love the setting of Valkyria Chronicles, but like some of the stuff that happens in the games is just like, it boggles the mind because like the writers obviously don't know what they're talking about. They got copyright notices. Probably legit. Copyright? Where? I don't see any copyright notices. I don't see any copyright. Yeah, no, this is like, this one's got someone's Facebook page on it, so it's probably not official. Yeah, this one, I don't see any copyrights. Yeah, I don't think these are official merch. I think these are fan merch. But that's fine, I like fan merch. Now, this one. Guys, this one is definitely official. Guys, you know who this is? Guys, you gotta know who this is? It's my favorite male VTuber. It's Shoto. Guys, look at him. He's so cool. Isn't Shoto like the best? I love Shoto. I love Shoto. He's so cool. Uki Violetta? Yeah. Uki Violetta. Oh my god, I love that gay. I love the gay. That gay in particular. I love Uki Violetta. Just ignore the little text here that says I don't even know what that's. Is that even English? I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't read. For sure, merch be like $1. Yeah. I don't think anything wrong with taking notes from Saving Private Ryan and stuff, but war and politics is pretty complex. I think only MGS touches on the complexity of it, supposed based on real life. Yeah. Yeah, just don't read whatever this is. I can't read it. I can't read. What's reading? Do any gacha players read? But yeah, if you can't read because it's kind of blurry, this is actually Kenmochi Toya, the Chin Man, the Lolly Man himself. I'm pretty sure this one is official. Yeah, Art of Ninja Sanji. This is any color. This one is 100% official. Apparently it's from Animate. Huh. But yeah, Kenmochi Toya looks too damn fucking cool here. He looks too cool here. This is wrong. Kenmochi Toya is not supposed to be cool. Kenmochi Toya is supposed to be a weird lolly man. He's not supposed to look cool. If he looks this cool, the lollies might actually come after him. They might actually approach him, which is really bad. The lollies must be kept away from this man. Okay? And for that to happen, he must not be cool. If he's actually cool, he might be a danger to society. Alright? I love him so much. I love him so much. And yeah, he's so fucking funny. There he is. There's Chin Man. There he is. Look at his stupid fucking chin. Yeah, so I think I'm actually going to make... I know I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I actually kind of want to make an Ita bag now. Like, I want to make an Ita bag for Pecora. Like, there was... I remember at Offkai, there was someone who had, like, a full Pecora outfit with, like, Pecora plushies and, like, pins and, like, a backpack Ita bag full of Pecora stuff, but... I mean, that's Oshikatsu, but he didn't... I'm sorry, man. You didn't look that fashionable. Alright? I think clothes and accessories and whatnot, it has to look good. You can't just stack it on like a Christmas tree. I will give him like, you know, dubs for you know, showing his love of Pecora. But I think ultimately clothes have to look good. Alright? The thing about fashion is that anybody can be fashionable. You don't need the perfect bod to be fashionable, to wear clothes that look good on you. Yeah. So I'm gonna make a Pecora Ita bag that's gonna be Mizuiro Jirai, right? Mizuiro Jirai with like a Pecora Ita bag. And then I'm gonna make another Ita bag for this guy. And it's gonna be more, what do you call it? It's gonna be more for like my normal regular fits, because I usually do wear a lot of gray. So that'll work with this guy. Gray, I don't wear that much purple, but like purple goes well with gray. Do a coward. I will! I fucking will! I'm in the middle of asking my femboy proxies. my femboy sleeper agents. On to procure me an Ita bag suitable for these two high-level VTubers. Alright? These guys are the highest. These guys are the pinnacle of VTubing, in my opinion. They are, and they will continue to be the pinnacle of VTubing. I think, as long as this guy doesn't get cancelled for, like, being an actual PDF file, which I don't think he is. I think it's a bit. Okay, it's a bit. Alright? He likes lollies. He doesn't like actual, you know, children. I'm hoping he doesn't get cancelled, because then I'm going to be spending a lot of money on an Ita bag. Please don't cancel him. An Ita bag with Kenmochi and the cats of Kodomo no Jikan. Nobody knows Kodomo no Jikan anymore. I'm gonna be honest, I never found the appeal of watching lolly anime catered to otaku, because that's what Kodomo no Jikan was. It was a lolly anime catered towards adult men, and well, especially adult men nerds, and I didn't find any appeal in it. I didn't actually enjoy it. Like, what I do, if there was like one lolly anime that I did enjoy, that I did watch, it was what was it? Papa no Yukoto o Kikinasai. Wait, was it that one? No, it wasn't that one. Was it that one? It's the one where like this college dude, he is like really into his classmate, who's like really cool and hot, but then he doesn't know how to get her attention. And then like one day, like I think his sister, his like deadbeat sister, decides to dump her 3 kids on him, even though he's just a college student, right? And he lives in like a 1-room, you know, he lives in a 1-room apato, which is like in Japan. There's 2 types of apartments, right? There's like the high-rise apartments, and then there's the 2-story wooden building ones. You know, the ones that often don't even have a bathroom, that you see in anime. It's like a denotion of someone being poor, right? And that is called an apato. The mansion is the high-rise. So yeah, he's living in his like 1-room apato, right? And suddenly his deadbeat sister drops 3 kids on him. And he's like, oh my god, I'm still in college. How am I going to take care of these 3 children? I'm not going to take care of these 3 girls. I'm so screwed. And like he's just like scrambling, trying his best to be a single father in college. He didn't even get a chance to get laid before becoming a single father. Isn't that sad? But like this is how, through taking care of these 3 kids, these 3 girls, he gets the attention of the hot classmate he was trying to, you know, pursue. And this is like what I like. This is like a show that I like because there are lollies in this show and it is catered towards nerds and otaku. But like the primary love interest is not the girls. It's not the lollies. All right, the lollies are just kids. The primary love interest is his classmate in college, who he's trying desperately to court, right? He's trying desperately to riz her up, but he doesn't know how. And apparently she's into paternal men. So having these 3 like girls dropped on him by his deadbeat sister ended up being a blessing for him, even though like every day is horrible because he's trying to juggle a job. He's trying to juggle college life, right? And he's trying to juggle being a single father. I'm pretty sure that one was called Tako no Yukoto Kikinasai. That's the only lolly anime that I think I actually enjoy. Koto Kikinasai. Because usually like lolly animes, it's like, yeah, you know who the audience is and you know what they're there for. Oh yeah, it is that one. Yeah, in English it's called Listen to Me Girls, I Am Your Father, which sounds like a weird title, but it's not. It's genuinely a wholesome series. It's genuinely wholesome. Oh, is that the same artist as Haruhi Suzumiya? Huh. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Yeah, let's see. Series follows a mature college student who suddenly becomes a guardian of his 3 nieces in place of his sister and husband. The couple went overseas on a business trip, but their plane went missing and all passengers presumed dead. Okay, never mind. His sister is not a deadbeat. She just died. Oh, that's even worse. It's even harder for him then. Because he has to take care of 3 kids who are traumatized from their parents dying in a fire. Okay. I forgot that detail. I thought it was more lighthearted because, you know, otaku like oriented anime, but no, it's his sister died in a plane crash. Holy shit. Oh, he's not even like a 3rd-year college student. He's in his 1st year. Yuta Segawa is in his freshman year of college. He and his older sister Yuri were orphaned as children. But when the relatives tried to separate and send them to live in different foster homes, Yuri chose to raise him on her own. Oh, and his sister, it's even worse. His sister was like a single mother for him. You see a lot of like anime that are like that. A lot of Japanese stories that are like that, where like the older sibling decides to be a single parent for the younger sibling instead of getting adopted and separated. It's really weird. Do foster homes in Japan, do they only want to separate the children? That's so weird. Why would you separate siblings? I don't know too much about foster homes. Like, whether in America or in Japan, I don't know too much about it. I just know that's usually like with orphan children, it's usually like ripe for abuse. Let's see. Now many years later, Yuri, who has since married, asked Yuta to babysit her daughter Hina and her 2 stepdaughters. Oh, two of the girls are like are from a different marriage. Man, this story is a lot more complex than I remember. This is a lot more complex than I thought. What? While she and her husband go on a trip, the plane Yuri and her husband are on crashes and they are both reported missing and presumed dead. Similar event unfolds, and in order to prevent the girls from being separated with each other, Yuri takes it upon himself to look after them in his small apartment, because that's what his sister did for him. She raised him as like a single mother. Now he has to raise her daughters as a single father. Yeah, this is like, it's actually like wholesome. Yeah, guys, that was a good, as far as like, you know, trashy light novel anime goes, that one was pretty good. I only know it from the old Nico Nico memes. I didn't even watch the Nico Nico memes for Kodomo no Jigan. I'm sorry, I'm a fake otaku. Fake otaku. I don't think that was like my field. Nah. Alright. Say goodbye to my hands. I'm gonna make that Ita bag. It's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna be so fashionable. I'm gonna go to the mall and everyone's gonna look at me like a weirdo. And I'm gonna be like, fuck yeah, I look great. Fuck you. Alright. Enough show and tell. Let's do some 10 roll. Voimastina, let's get it. Oh, did we get a 6-star? Did we get Voimastina in 10 pulls? And we're still at 79 before the 50-50. So, Soft Pity hasn't even kicked in yet. Am I just like really lucky today? Unlike with AN94, did Voimastina just unlike with Alma, did Voimastina does she just really like me? Am I favored by the gorilla? I'm favored by the gorilla! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Start artillery! Ah! Easy! Easy clap. It's shit, Kuruko. I have streamer luck. I am the best though. Alright, let's get her gun too. Is that gorilla or gorilla? She is very much bonk on head smash. Okay, that's weird. We'll do more polls later. Didn't you already pull her? No, I didn't. I've not played since the last stream. I have not played since the last stream. I got double pull of Alma accidentally because I pulled her and then I forgot that I pulled her, so I kept pulling her until I got her again. As a result, I have this. Let's see, if Alva has 3 stacks of battle prep, enters covering mode. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, she's actually really powerful because I got the dupe. Alva S1 is pretty strong. Yeah, she goes into Overwatch. Let's see, where is Boima? Oh yeah, this girl got released too. Was she this short? Oh wow, Matilda's tiny. Bro, Batilda's shorter than Kolfin.
びっくりしましたか、指揮官。
Batilda is shorter than Kolfin. Than Kofni. That's insane.
呼びましたか？
I thought she was a little taller. You know, I enjoy that she's got a little bit of pudge on her stomach. All right? I enjoy the pudge on the stomach. I know it's not for everybody, but like this is natural and it's fine. Guys, I was seeing like some people who are commenting on this model who is sitting down on a chair and leaning forward, right? And they're commenting on how, oh my god, she's so fat. She's got like 3 fat rolls. And it's like, no, bro. When you sit down and you're leaning forward and you're hunched forward on a chair, all of your folds will just fold together. It's natural. It's normal. It's normal, all right? When you curl up, when you shrimp up, you're going to have tummy rolls. It's just normal. Shorter but stackier. Yeah, she's big. I'm not actually a fan of this. And it's like, come on, man. Come on, man. We can have a little bit more class than that. Okay, I get it. Like, I don't know, engineering, being a mechanic is like really like hot. But also like mechanics need to wear stuff so that they don't burn their skin. And she's just kind of naked. She's kind of just naked. That seems dangerous. Her gun is almost taller. Her gun is most definitely taller than her. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the cutout for her boobs. This is a little bit funny. I don't know, man. Cause like she didn't look like this in the earlier event story. All right, she was fully clothed before, and now that she's a playable character, I don't know, man. It just looks silly to me. It looks silly to me. Honestly, it's spoilers. It looks like she's wearing children's little roleplay battle harness. No, she's wearing a plate carrier. She's wearing a plate carrier, but the plate carrier doesn't have any molly on it. It doesn't have any the slots for putting in pouches on. They're just sort of glued on there. And it's correctly sized, actually. It might actually be a bit too big. Because plate carriers are only supposed to cover your vitals. So like here. So this is actually oversized for her. But you know what? They have to make it oversized because she's naked. Oh yeah, I saw the Sapo one. She's just got her titties out in a bikini, and I'm like, I get it. Sapo's damage dart in the first game, she was like just, you know, raw titties out, just with her hair covering it. True. But like all subsequent Sapo skins, right? She's usually like all buttoned up, all zipped up in her jacket. And I don't like seeing Sapo's titties out. I think Sapo is like not supposed to be sexual at all. I understand the appeal. I just don't agree with it. So I'm guessing this is story spoilers, but she doesn't actually fight with her own gun, does she? You don't actually get to see Gorilla smash through walls and do the Kool-Aid man. Right, I don't have her gun, so I'll just give her something else for now. We'll give her the AK Alpha, which is it's an AK. It's still an AK. Oh man, the gun looks tiny on her. The gun looks so small on her. How tall is Voimastina supposed to be? She's at least 6 feet, right? She's got to be at least 6 feet. She's got to be at least 6 feet. The gun looks so small on her. Looks up Sapo. That's just what's her face from Gurren Lagann. Yeah. I don't like it because like she's got her jacket and it's zipped down. Right? So it ends up looking a little funny. I don't agree with the silhouette. That's it. I don't like the silhouette. I think the silhouette is wrong. During the Helen event. Great skin for her? Skin for who? Let's see what her level animations look like. Intense. Wait, do I have like an actual AK? I know the animations change depending on what gun they're using. Do I have an AK? Did I pull an AK? I didn't pull an AK. Let's go pull for an AK. Let's pull for it. 6P71. There it is. Kalashnikov 15. Alright, let's use that. Whoa. Sorry. Alright, where are you? Oh. All right. Look at that ridiculous muzzle device. What is that? It's got spikes on it, but also it's got a gigantic muzzle brake. Russian firearms and their barrel devices are just kind of funky. Are you finished the story event yet? Hey there, Chumu. No, I didn't even start. I'm still at 1.5. Okay, pistol. The Viking. Throwing the knife. I thought she had like a... Whoa! There's Gorilla. I thought she had like the ballistic knife. You know, the knife that shoots out. It's kind of insane why anyone would want to make a knife that shoots out. It's kind of a gimmick, isn't it? If you have a knife that shoots out, at that point you might as well just use a gun. You compromise on the knife portion of the knife by having it be able to shoot out. And like having a miniature explosion in your knife handle seems kind of crazy. You're in for a wild treat. I guess I am. I'm looking forward to it. I really liked the cinematics between Voimustina and Elegant. That was a fun fight. Though I wish they incorporated the javelin throw into the cinematic. I think that would have been so peak. I think it would have been so peak to include the javelin. Oh. The knife? It uses a spring? I thought the knife shoots out using a small explosive charge. I thought it uses like a blank charge or something. It uses a spring? Are you sure? I thought the ballistic knife uses like a blank charge. You can still hear a suppressed pistol out to 30 meters, yeah. AK-15 catching a 128mm shell coming of a javelin with one hand was excellent. They should have put that in the cinematic. It would have been so peak. I'm telling you guys, it would have been so peak. As a person who has worked in film, it would have been so fucking peak. All right, seeing Elegant do like a baseball, you know, pose with her leg up in the air and just like chucking that thing, yeeting it across the city, and then having Boy Messina catch it, and then have her throw it back. That'd be so cool. Most ballistic knives use a strong coil spring as a launch mechanism. Oh. Wait, what do you mean most? I thought there was only one model. Boy Messina isn't winning the cute waifu here. Boy Messina is cute in her own way, okay? In her own understated way, she's cute. She's not my kind of cute. I am definitely more of the RPK crowd. But there is definitely a place for people who enjoy Boy Messina. I was watching Leah's stream yesterday, and she likes Boy Messina quite a lot. She actually likes Boy Messina, and why wouldn't she? She's so cool. Her reason for pull is strong for meta and GF1 nostalgia fans. Thinking of people getting to GF2 recently and only GF2 players. Yeah, a lot of people are getting into it really, and partially it's because of like all the new marketing they're doing, which they should be doing. Okay, Mika Team is notoriously bad at marketing. They should be marketing more, not less. Right? Look at how many people buy EA games. Even though EA games suck. It's just because they're a marketing powerhouse. But yeah, her shooting there with the pistol, definitely very John Wick. Dr. Shaw? Dr. Shaw? Oh wow, Dr. Shaw reference? So about Dr. Shaw, right? In GF1, I believe, like her whole philosophy is that she wanted to make a doll using only human technology. Which, guys, I don't know if any of you know that that's actually a reference. That's a reference to a scientist character from Super Robot Wars, where all these like super robots are being developed using like hyper, you know, alien technology seeded by aliens. One of these scientists is like, no, fuck that. I'm going to make a robot purely using human technologies. I'm going to make a giant robot using purely human technologies, and it's going to be better than the alien tech. It's going to be better than the alien derived tech. Dr. Shaw is actually a reference to that. She's a Super Robot Wars reference, which makes sense. Because, you know, Mika Team are known to be robot nerds. They're sci-fi nerds. Of course they would know what this is. I mentioned when it comes to banners, people would rather pull for the design, the writing of the character in the story and the meta. Games who are sequels got the nostalgia pull factor. True. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 style for Girls Frontline game. It would be very difficult. Shooter games are very difficult because of the level of simulation required to handle ballistics. Right? And in a environment where there's already so many games that aren't dedicated to cute anime girls, but like just dedicated to the gameplay aspects of handling ballistics, it would be very difficult for Mika Team to break in there, as Mika Team is a still relatively small studio. And games that require like heavy simulation like this, I believe, favor large studios. There's fire control being real, but it doesn't look... Yeah, I mean, fire control does not have the budget. That's just it. Fire Control was made for the Southeast Asian audience. And, you know, Southeast Asia has very different ideas about what is considered good. I hate to say it, but like that's just the way it is. They have Southeast Asians are a little bit less highbrow or lowbrow. I don't know which one it is, but they're less brow in general. They don't got brows, and it's just because like they have not had the time to develop the culture. You can't exactly write stories about the latest sci-fi technology in military hardware when you're still running around with like mid-century AKs and 1911s. Right? They don't got fancy 1911s like John Wick. They don't have the what is that custom model? Terran Tactical. They don't have Terran Tactical in the Philippines. Okay, I'm not gonna bother upgrading the weapon. I'll pull for her 5-star later. Let's read. (1.5) Negretto of Putrefaction. The first step toward the truth lies in seeking the fundamentals amidst the darkness. Let's see. Like, let's say Sapo isn't a good meta-wise. I can imagine lots of people want to pull her because she's the adorable puppy killer from GF1, yeah. But only GF2's characters would skip her. It's because they haven't really re-established her character. A thing that's difficult with sequel characters is that it's difficult to... How do you reintroduce a sequel character into a story? Right? How do you reintroduce the character from the prequel into the new story in a way that isn't handholdy to the people who already know who this character is? How do you introduce them in a way that makes new audiences also excited? Right? I feel like Kukai was an example of a miss. The old fan base still loves her, but the new fan base are like, who the fuck is this and why is she acting like such a bitch? Right? They did not do a good job with that, even though the event itself was Kino. Call of Duty does not simulate ballistics at all. We all know this when the guy with the fancy Thompson is counter-sniping across the map. But you know what I mean though, right? You know what I mean. You can expand easily, but we all know guns don't effectively change their tech that much. 1911 space is just as effective as it was in World War I. The gun itself is the same, but the level of tolerances is different. Modern manufacturing makes the same gun that was made 100 years ago much more accurate and consistent today. And then that's not even getting into the aftermarket solutions like, you know, obvious one, red dot sights, but also you have muzzle devices that like make it quieter or control recoil better, right? These advances are not small things. They actually do change quite a bit. It's hard to write stories about the latest in military tactics when you're still running with old gear. You know what I mean though, right? Modern Warfare, like, really, it's right there in the title, modern. Dandelion is a great example of an old character introduced in a way that makes them appealing. Yes! True Moon's so right. So right with that. Right? she hasn't lost the charm of who she was in the first game. I think one of the main problems with Kukai is that she's just sort of dropped into the story without any sort of I'm forgetting my words. The word you use for when foreshadowing. She's dropped into the story without any kind of foreshadowing or preparation, and she's just all of a sudden the main character of this new event. And she's just such a strong personality, and because you haven't been eased into it, it's really jarring for people, right? You're introduced to her and she just chooses violence immediately. Why is she so popular? So it's such a meanie to Mishti, right? I love Mishti. Guys, I would buy a Mishti model doll just to have like this fluffy thing to go to sleep with. I'll just hug her like a pillow. It probably would not be very comfortable for her. She'd probably be like, oh, it's too hot, it's too warm, stop, don't grip me so tightly. And I'm like, no, I gotta hug you. Diane event, more like Dandelion event. You know, hey there Luna, hello. A Mishti Dakimakubara maybe, yeah. It'd be a new... You can't lewd Mishti. There's nothing to lewd. There's nothing to lewd. She's just a little dormouse. One of the main problems with Girls Frontline 2 is that the character release events are all out of order. Plot didn't feel like it added to her when she needed to be relevant. True. It's really a big conundrum, the way that the scheduling went. And it's rather unfortunate. I sit on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down on the city of Vive. As a white zone city, it's a clean and bright place. Compared to the previous green zone cities, it looks like a product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down arterial streets while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everything here seems like it's completely disconnected from what lies beyond the quarantine walls. Looks even more developed than the major cities from my memories. Apparently 10 years is plenty of time for a core city like this to accumulate all kinds of resources. Main story dolls didn't get the quality rating too. Yeah. No, I think even the main story dolls didn't get that much writing. I mean, I love the angry Bun Bun, but what does she actually do? Right? I love Nemesis, but what does she actually do? Jiang Yu was done dirty. Yeah, I actually really like Jiang Yu. I didn't like Jiang Yu in GF1, but I loved her in NeuroCloud. I think she was handled really well in NeuroCloud. Main cast aren't getting quality rating because the writing team that wrote the final events of GF1 everyone loves to death quit. Oh man, thought we got away from this. Drag my focus back to reality. Behind me, Kaufney is jumping up and down on the bed, making strange dorky noises. Guys, do you like soft beds? I like hard beds. If a bed is too soft, I get back pain. Kaufney launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing headfirst on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack before she bounces off the bed and hits the ground. She's fucking dead! Kaufney fucking died! She's honestly, the star of the main cast. I didn't even read her chapter. I didn't even read chapter 5 and 6 yet, but I know she's the star of the story. Will we ever revisit her story chapter? Maybe. Maybe. Kaufney climbs back up to her feet and looks around the room in surprise as she begins to making the bed. We're still at the beginning? Yes, we're at 1.5.
いや、私もこんなのは初めてだ。
そうなんですか？
It's my first time.
イエローエリアに流れ着く前はこういうところで暮らしてたんだと思ったの。
Your life before you went to the yellow zone? Bitch, I was born in the yellow zone.
私を誰だと思ってるんだ。
There's no way I could live a 1%er lifestyle.
昔の私もただの PMC の一社員に過ぎない。
What the fuck? Even in the past, I was nothing more than a salaried employee at a small indie PMC. You're not supposed to... That doesn't make any sense. You can't say indie corporation. PMC is private military company. But a company as in a corporation. It's incorporated. You can't be indie and incorporated at the same time. That doesn't make any sense.
昔の私もただの PMC の一社員に過ぎない。
In the Japanese, he says, I was nothing more than... I was...
昔の私もただの PMC の一社員に過ぎ
ただの
ない。
PMC, so just a PMC. I was a regular salaryman at a regular PMC. At just a PMC. What the fuck? It was the biggest PMC in the world, wasn't it?
本当ですか？実は何か秘密を抱えてたりして。
Was Griffin not like the biggest PMC in the world? We don't want to do a 12-hour stream near the final day's event, won't we? Oh, how much time do we have left? Doesn't the event... It ends next month, right? We're good, right? Griffin was small compared to other PMC groups out there that had full backing access to military equipment like KCCO. KCCO was not a PMC, though. I think at the start of the game, Griffin was small-ish. But it wasn't small, it was small-ish, because most of their top command got yeeted by Lunacia, right? Most of their top command got yeeted by Lunacia. But like the backbone was still there, right? The bones were still there. It was a chill job back then, the good old days. Yeah. Taking care of Skynet. That was the good old days. Then it got worse. Currently, we're in the penthouse suite of the Vive Grand Intercontinental Hotel. Our accommodations are comprised of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room that doubles as a guest room. There's plenty of space. In addition to the luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with gleaming works of art. Thanks to the past, we haven't been hindered or searched once on our way here. In fact, the concierge handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Just do patrols, fight off rogue SF. Yeah, run logistics. Municipal police eyed us a few times, $2 at my side, our luggage raising flags, but each time one glanced at our ID and they immediately backed off. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, the reports indicate that their journey has been going quite well too. I just realized, have you guys ever watched the movie Lord of War? It's where, fuck, what was his name? Not Tom Cruise, not Johnny Depp, it's usually the comedian actor. What is his name? Lord of War. Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage, how could I forget? Nick Cage. In that story, right, he's a fixer, right? He does all the things that the government people want to get done, but are unable to do because their hands are tied by regulations and, you know, by like watchdogs, right? So they hire him to funnel arms to like resistance groups and partisans to destabilize certain countries. And in a way, Shikikan's doing the same kind of job right now, right? Namfa wants to get rid of Paradius. Namfa wants to get rid of Gerard and the Org Syndicate, right? Oleg Syndicate. But they can't do it because their hands are tied by regulations and like other people in the government. So they get Shikikan to do all this stuff for them, kind of like in the same way that Nicolas Cage has to do it in Lord of War. Because he's, as a third party, he's not bound to the same rules and restrictions. And all they gotta do is give him the resources and then he can do it. Nick Cage is a comedian? He's a comedian actor. Did you not realize that? Did you not know? Am I crazy? I don't think he is. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But yeah, Shikikan's taking the same role as Nick Cage is in The Lord of War. I think that's pretty cool. Like, say what you will about like the writing staff at Mika, but Yuzong is a very well-read individual. He has seen all of the movies and he has read all of the books. And that's why you see all these influences in his work. This does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. Group 2 didn't take the same train as us. Oh yeah, last event, there was a Evil Groza, which was kind of goofy, I'm not gonna lie. Evil Groza is really goofy, even for Girls Frontline. Hi! They took her old body and they reprogrammed her to be evil. That's just kind of... What is this? Kofin and Groza help me put away the luggage, and they begin extracting all manner of items. Oh yeah, and because she's evil, she has to dress sexier too. Kofin quality checks their weapons, then puts them in the big safe deposit box. Man, why would anyone want to be good when all the villains are hot? Meanwhile, Groza begins connecting various pieces of electronics equipment in the living room. For long, a brand new secure communication server set up. After powering up the Type 70 two-way low-frequency MES system, Groza connects to an encrypted level 2 layer and establishes contact with the other team.
指揮官、404とそよ風がセーフハウスに着いたわ。
そよ風。Monsoon is そよ風。
この後地形確認をする予定よ。
わかった。出発前にルートを共有するよう伝えてくれ。
そよ風でしたっけ？
そういえば、そろそろスプリングフィールドの定時連絡の時間だな。
定時連絡。
あと10分くらいよ。
連絡が来たら教えてくれ。
Groza nods and then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. The glass is crystal clear. It even has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. This bottle of water probably would have cost a month's worth of mission earned. San Pellegrino costs a month worth of mission earnings in the Yellow Zone? You gotta be kidding me. Guys, I don't like sparkling water. I think it tastes like spicy water. I don't like it at all. I twist off the cap. The bitter liquid flows over my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. Removing the collapsed radiation isn't cheap. True. I wonder how many rads that Shikikan ingests every day. Doesn't the Elmo have a water filter? It's got to be equipped with a water filter, right? In the tap. Oh, speaking of the devil. I hear teasing laughter over my earpiece, and I quickly sweep my gaze over my surroundings, looking for hidden cameras. Stalker-jan! We have a stalker. She just casually hacks Kolfin, okay. I look behind me and sure enough, Kolfin is sitting on the bed and looking at me. Kolfin's fucking dead and she's been taken over. I walk over to Kolfin and turn her head in the other direction. I think the commander has multiple stalkers. True.
そのまましばらく私を見ないでくれ。
Kolfin's so confused. After ensuring Dandelion can't see me, I key my earpiece and continue the transmission.
何か新しい情報でも？
定期報告よ。
あら、気になる。かわいい。
エルモ号をグリーンエリアの隔離壁付近に停泊したわ。さすがにこんな目立つ場所で仕掛けてくる人はいないと思いたいわね。
I love her voice so much. It's like so teasing, but it's also very seductive. Guys, where's Dandelion? Is there a Dandelion out there for me?
ヘリコプターの燃料も発注済み。近くの闇ブローカーが配送中よ。これで3班はいつでも撤退を支援できる。
Is there a Dandelion out there for me? This teasing goth girl who has like a very like seductive voice. Like holy shit. And also is like a stalker for some reason. But like she's too lazy to leave her vacation beach resort. So she stalks me with cameras. Step 1, find a Naito. Step 1, find an orphan. Step 2, lobotomize. Step 3, install supercomputer. Hey there, Aziz. Good morning. You just happened to go live when I have to go to work. Oh, unfortunate. But good luck at work. Now we're talking. I'm not gonna do that, alright? I do not look around orphanages. I think after playing Resident Evil 9, an orphanage is like the last place I want to go.
それにしても、エルモ号の口座残高は随分寂しいのね。
勝手に見たのか？
悪いかしら？
Our wife is concerned about the finances. That's kind of adorable, actually. We're like married, but like not. Man, how many people is Shiki-kan half married to at this point? Dandelion, Kalina, Rosa. You can always start a cult and have them go to the orphanage for you. It's crazy.
資産管理を代わりにしてあげてるのよ。
Effective asset management.
それはありがたいな。本当に寂しいと思うなら、ロレンが君に支払っている給料で援助してくれないか？
Why don't you top off our accounts with your UNC salary?
ただ働かせるだけでは飽き足らず、搾取までするつもり？
So not only do you want me to work for free, but you even want me to pay for the privilege of doing so. Exactly. That's like, thank you. This is like, this is the wife, you know? Free labor. You know what they say about Asian wives controlling the family bank accounts? Yes. It is true. The Asian wife controls the bank account and the husband gets a daily allowance that he is forced to make do with.
ひどいのね。おいおいよ。
I love her. I love her. ひどいわよね。おいおいよ。She's so silly.
ひどいのね。おいおいよ。
Guys, I have a type. And I think Dandelion shares a lot of the type with Felicien. I choose to ignore Dandelion's theatrics. You know, I need a Dandelion chibi down next to my chat bar. Right? Felicien's getting lonely. I need to give her a friend. I think Felicien and Dandelion would be very good friends. Dandelion would be constantly getting on Felicien's nerves. Can't wait for Star to come back so Dandelion can mess with her. I choose to ignore Dandelion's theatrics.
第三世代人形とメラニーの様子は？
How are things with her Jen Dolls and Melanie?
おとなしくしているわ。グローザ招待のメンバーがずっと監視してる。
Yeah, who's Melanie?
ジラードグループだけど、今日記者会見を開くらしいわ。気になる情報が出たら共有する。
ああ、頼んだ。
指揮官、スプリングフィールドから通信よ。
わかった。ダンデライオン、また何かあったら連絡してくれ。
はいはい。
Is the other Helena? Oh, we got two of them now. That's what I get for skipping chapters. I nod to Groza and she patches Springfield to my earpiece.
指揮官。
どうした？任務は順調か？予定通りならカリンと合流したはずだ。
はい。隣にいます。
Oh, right, Shiki-kan, about that, yeah. You know how, like, the last time you ever saw your wife, she was, like, dying in the hospital? About that, I know you gave us the job of protecting her, but she's kind of, dying in the hospital.
ただ。
Yeah, you know, we kind of messed up. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Springfield hesitates, and I sense that something is wrong.
カリーナさんは現在病院で治療を受けています。指揮官もリビアにいらしたのですね。お見舞いに来ていただけませんか？
病院？何が起きた？
Yeah. Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from beside her.
すみません。通信では説明しきれません。座標を送りました。カリーナさんもあなたに会いたがっています。
わかった。すぐ行く。
ご迷惑をおかけします。
The Raiders are just evil. The Raiders are so evil. The last time he left her, she was dying of collapsed radiation. And now that about to see her again, she's dying of collapsed radiation. This is fucking horrible. The Raiders are actually sadistic.
そんなこと言わないでくれ。君たちは無事か？
はい。負傷したのはカリーナさんだけです。とにかく病院の入り口でお待ちしています。
ああ。
Transmission ends and I begin thinking, how many things can one girl die of? She's dying of one thing. It's just that one thing keeps coming back every month. Damn you, menstrual cycle! Why do you keep torturing my women? The Springfield mentioned that Kalina was in the hospital. Were the Zucchero girls and Cullen attacked during the Helena handover? Previous GF1 event showed that she managed to find the commander only for him to be immediately kidnapped by UNC. Oh. Wait, which event was that? Is it one of the new events that's currently running? Alarms immediately go off in my head. If Helena could be snatched even in the white zone, it means Nampa doesn't have much control over the situation in Viv. Also implies that Kruger said about putting Gerard Group on trial is probably not going to happen. I remember an incident in the city of Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough forces to handle a clash of that level. Belgrade. Which one was Belgrade? Is Belgrade the one where the city wall collapsed?
Groza, この座標に向かうぞ。
これは病院？どうしたの？
カリンが詳細はわからないが、スプリングフィールドが知らせてくれた。ヘレナの引き渡しがうまくいかなかったんだろう。多分襲撃だ。
襲撃？ヘレナちゃんは？
わからない。とにかく急ごう。そよ風はホテルに残って情報収集。404は少し距離を空けて一緒に来るよう伝えてくれ。
了解。全員に連絡するわ。コルフェン、指揮官の装備を用意して。
One prior to the one current running. Rush limit. Ah, okay, okay. I have not been keeping up with the story ever since they did the fake out ending. So I actually don't know
病院だか
what
ら
the
ハン
current
ドガンだ
plot
けでいい。
is. I just know old Willie shows up.
404は通常装備を携行。警察に目をつけられるなよ。
Groza and Kolfin nod and then begin working on their prospective tasks. I rub my temples, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course, my trip to blah blah blah. I can't even see it because they ended it before I could read it. Taxi drops us off at the main gate of the hospital, but what surprises me is that it looks nothing like what I imagined. No, this looks like a swanky hospital. I've been in... Guys, private hospitals in Asia are freaking swanky and nice, and they don't look like hospitals, they look like resorts. Like, they had kimonos and shit for me to wear. Instead of scrubs, I had kimonos. The food was like really nice food. It wasn't cafeteria food. It was like legit, like fancy restaurant food. There are 3 small epilogue events that tie into GF2. We're currently on part 2 or 3 in the end. Okay, okay. Doesn't look much like a hospital so much as another hotel. Main courtyard's lush greenery speaks of careful landscaping, while the corridor to the hospital interior remains nearly empty of foot traffic. Head toward the front door. Springfield's already there. She has clearly been waiting for a while.
お待ちしていました。
Rose and Kalfny nod to Springfield, but I'm more concerned about what just happened.
状況は
すみません。カリーナさんと合流した時に襲われました。
ジラードグループか。
ここから先は私が話そう。
It's Dad! Kruger walks out from inside the building, wearing a formal suit. His face is gloomy, which is unlike how he was when I last saw him.
クルーガーさん。
ああ、私にもこの状況を招いた責任があるからな。
Colin is like a daughter to him, anyway.
中で話そう。ついてこい。
It's tying up neatly and leading up to GF2, not abrupt ending which CK was supposed to be, yeah. Convolutional kernel was kind of funky wucky. Kruger turns and heads inside. I follow him without a word. Father-in-law. We're both technically... We're both... Like, Colin is his adopted daughter, and we are his... basically adopted son. I don't know what you call it, but we're basically his adopted son. So we're technically step siblings, but it's fine. Okay? It's okay. So incest? It's not incest with step siblings. Inside the corridor, I see several men in suits speaking into the lapels. They eye us warily. And they did not grow up together, okay? Shiki-kan was adopted as an adult. I say a few quiet words to Groza, having her in mind for not to end up clashing with Kruger's people. Groza nods and begins speaking with him in level 2. The end of the wow. Fancy coffee machine. It's a lobby. At the end of the corridor, Kruger opens a door. There's a small reception room beyond and another door on the far side of that one. My instincts tell me that Kalina should be in there. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception room, her hand raised in greeting. Naturally, I wouldn't be surprised to find her here. Leva walks over to the sofa, her hands behind her, which is ramrod straight. The other dolls silently move to her side while I settle into one sofa facing Kruger. Huh, Leva's here. I thought Leva would be like outside. Kruger takes a seat and sighs heavily. Then he looks up, awaiting my questions.
クルーガーさん、一体何が？
お前の予想通り、ヘレナの引き渡しをジラードに邪魔された。
ヘレナは？
無事というのも語弊があるな。
Oh my god. You can like hear like the embarrassment and the unsettledness in his voice. High level voice actors are like something else.
無事というのも語弊があるな。
Right? You can hear him side-eyeing and looking away. I'm sorry. Let me hear that again.
無事というのも語弊があるな。
This game has such good voice acting direction and delivery.
どんな手を使ったのかは不明だが、引き渡し現場を包囲された途端、カリーナ含め人間の味方が謎の放射線を受けて気絶した。戦術人形が応戦し、ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。
それじゃあヘレナは？
ここにはいない。反逆正体の人形2名によって連れ去られた。
反逆正体？
詳細は当事者に聞くといい。リバの記録が最も信憑性があるだろう。
Leva nods and then takes a step forward.
久しぶりね、指揮官。当時の状況を再生するわ。
Colfin's meltdown is forever ingrained, yeah. Tablet contains Leva's visual logs, from the standoff with Gerard to the two Defy dolls. Leva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me.
ジラードは倉庫を包囲し、ヘレナの強奪を試みたが、突然現れた反逆正体によってヘレナは連れ去られた。
ええ、相手は電子戦に強くて、初手から未知のコーラップス粒子を散布して、味方の行動を阻害してきたわ。向こうの指揮官はとんでもなく強い第三世代人形よ。AK-15 相手に互角以上だった。
So where's Lainey? Please tell me Lainey shows up in the story at some point.
何？
これを見て。
In the video, AK-15 is clashing with a doll in a fancy dress. For a moment, AK-15 is an advantage. There's an explosion and then Defy is nowhere to be seen.
交戦後、彼女たちはヘレナを連れて下水道に逃げた。その直後に下水道はジラードに封鎖されたわ。
ホワイトエリアの目の前で非軍事勢力管理局の人間を襲ったというのか？
タリーナたちは最初は機械に襲われたのだが、ほどなくしてあの人形が警察と共に現れた。
She does not? She doesn't show up? Wait, she just gets her event and that's it? I'm gonna come with all.
傍から見れば通報を受けて出動しただけに過ぎない。
そんな。
だが事実、奴らは何の法律も条例も破っていない。ジラードグループの総裁にも連絡したのだが、部下の暴走の一点張りだ。
白々しい。
だが奴は保身で精一杯のはずだ。こちらを襲う理由はない。敵も一枚岩ではないのだろう。いずれにせよ同じことが起きないよう圧力をかけておく。ヘレナはこちらが全力で連れ戻す。反逆のもとにいるなら無事なはずだ。
Okay, but what about in future events? Does Lainey actually like... Is she actually in the main story? She's not just relegated to her own event story and then like disappears forever. Please, don't do that to me.
どうして彼女たちは
Please don't do
ヘレナ
that to me.
ジラードに奪われないようとっさにやったことだろう。
She's my favorite member of 404.
実際ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。反逆は保安局を抜けたが、今でも連絡は取れるのだが、なぜかずっと沈黙している。いい気がしない。
In the past, Melanie said that StateSec agents had tried to rescue her, and Defy is closely linked to StateSec. Perhaps they were involved with Helena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Helena safe. Noting my frown, Kruger stands up and pats me on the shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the inner door and speaks to me.
ヘレナの件はこちらに任せてくれ。お前はカリーナに顔を見せてこい。ひどく落ち込んでいる。元気づけられるのはお前しかいない。
はい。ゆっくり話してきます。
I nod and rise to my feet. Colfin moves to follow me, but Leva raises a hand to stop her.
二人っきりにしてあげて。
I've been avoiding spoilers. Honestly, good idea. Coven looks at Groza in confusion, but Groza nods to Coven too, so she obediently returns. I open the door and find Lena sitting on the bed.
指揮官だ。
Lena lightly shakes the person lying on the bed, but she doesn't respond. Oh no.
かりんね。
Kalina wraps herself in her blanket, curling into a cocoon with her back turned to me. She shows no signs of responding to Lena.
私に任せてくれ。
Lena nods to me and then hops off the bed and heads outside.
ちゃんと話してね。
Aww. After whispering in my ear, Lena steps outside and closes the door behind her. I gulp. It sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. Why are you being so nervous? Just comfort her, stupid! After calming myself down and pulling myself together, I address the head of the sick bed in a voice as natural as I can imagine.
カリン、大丈夫か？
Oh my goodness, they show her in a silhouette too. I creep, I do the creep to her bedside and arise on my tiptoes, trying to glimpse her face. Cullen seems to realize what I'm trying to do and covers her face with a blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. Aww. I sigh quietly and take my seat beside her bed, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with an almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware of how out of place I am here. Shut the fuck up. I have to say something to break this deadlock, and with that in mind, I decide to speak.
そういえば、まだあのやたら安い闇ブローカーを使っているのか？
Commander, you fucking idiot.
あそこまで安いとちょっと不安になるよな。
He's being such a dad. I swear to God. This isn't your daughter. This is your wife.
でもカリンは昔から経費に厳しいから、らしいといえばらしいけど。
Fucking idiot. Fucking hate him.
3時になってもやっぱり節約しちゃうものなのか？
そんなわけないでしょ。
Oh my god. It's been 10 years. Bro. Upon hearing this, Kalina is so annoyed that she pops her head out of her blankets and glares at me. Pretty behind. Hey there, Irma. He rolled a natural 1, man.
指揮官様にいい加減な闇ブローカーを紹介するわけないじゃないですか。いくらなんでもひどすぎます。
Her tears from now are just welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, Kalina's angry expression can't hide that glimpse of youth and innocence I remember. She seems to catch herself in an instant. The shades are yanked back over her face, her hands swiping hastily at tear-streaked cheeks.
もうまた昔みたいにからかって。
怒る元気があって安心したよ。
Enemy of women. Now that Kalina isn't going to retreat under covers for the time being, I finally have the chance to have a proper conversation with her. It worked because she has the patience to deal with this idiot. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness in the air, I look at the fruit basket near the head of the bed. There's apples and a fruit knife there. Oh, the fucking Asians and their fucking apples.
リンゴ食べるか？
Kalina lowers her head without saying anything, then she nods in silence. Pick up one apple and begin removing its skin. Meanwhile, Kalina's eyes are fixed on the apple. I hand over the peeled apple and Kalina takes a bite out of it. Then the tears start flowing once again.
指揮官様、ごめんなさい。私はヘレナさんを守れませんでした。
Her voice is very soft, but every word oozes self-loathing and regret. Whoa. How are you doing? I'm feeling a little bit sneezy. I went to karaoke yesterday. My throat's still kind of hurting. Guys, you ever have that problem? Like, I can sing. You guys know I can sing, but whenever I sing, I usually drop the key by 1 or 2, right? I drop it by 1 or 2 keys. But you can't do that at karaoke. You can do that in Japanese karaoke, but not in the West. Right? The karaoke machines we have here don't let you change the key. So what ended up happening is that I'll pick a song thinking I can sing it, but actually no, I can't sing it because it's in the wrong key for me. But I'll stretch my vocal cords and I'll scream until I can kind of sing the song. And what ends up happening is that I hurt my throat. Because like you know you can sing the song, but actually you can't. If the song is in the wrong key, then it's effectively a different song, right? And whenever that happens, I always hurt my throat. 助からないよ。そんなの。僕のくしゃみ助からないよ。So yeah, I'm still feeling kind of icky about that, but karaoke was great. It was super, super, super great. Lots of fun. Everybody else in that karaoke parlor, I guess you could say the karaoke parlor, were like Chinese people, and they were whispering their songs, man. I couldn't hear them at all when I went out. But my group was super fucking loud. They were like めっちゃ盛り上がってた、僕のグループ、カラオケで。They were all like going crazy and going ham, right? We were mogging so hard. We had some super amazing singers too. Really liked it.
ヘレナなら反逆正体と一緒にいる。
Actually,
ジラードに奪われずに済んだ。
they're doing karaoke again today, and I declined. Partially because my throat hurts, and partially because I need to stream. I've been promising a Girls Frontline stream for weeks now, and have not done it.
それより君の方が。
私なんかどうでもいいです。
そんなわけないじゃないか。
ヘレナさんを2度も奪われてしまった。もうあなたに合わせる顔が。
そんなこと言うな。大丈夫。必ず連れ戻す。
ええ、信じています。あなたならヘレナさんを連れ戻すどころか、連れ去った敵もまとめて懲らしめるでしょうね。
I'm actually excited to see yours and Kura's reactions. Oh, thank you.
昔からそうでした。
Kalina folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them. Oh.
でも私はあなたのようには。
Oh.
弾薬の整理や報告書をまとめる方が好きなのに、そんな場所すら私にはもうないんです。
Oh. She's not really a fighter. She's always been a logistics person, but she's at that point, right? Where, you know how in companies where you do a really good job and then you get promoted because the people in management think, oh, you're really good at this job, we'll promote you and then have you teach other people and train other people to become more like you, right? But then it turns out that these people are just not good at that. They're not good at managing others. They're good at doing that thing that they were doing, and when you promote them, they struggle in their new position, right? She held her own at Paldiski, true. Yeah, but like obviously, Kalina is not actually bad at being a leader, even in combat. She's just not used to it, and second, she failed in this instance, which makes her feel bad about it. but she's actually not bad at it at all. Like me, I was actually offered a team leader managerial position back and refused it. Principled. But frankly, I would have just taken the money. I'd be like, okay, I'm a shitty manager, but I don't care. I'm making more money. If you're already on salary anyway, you might as well take a bigger salary.
だから嫌なことでもやるしかないのに、自分一人の力でも何かを変えられると証明しないと
But
い
like,
けない
I
ん
don't
です。
know. Maybe you're like the type of person who likes to clock in and clock out and just be left alone. Right? That's a very valid way of living. There's nothing wrong with that. No, I get you. I understand. It wasn't much of an increase. Oh yeah, no, fuck that then. If you're not getting paid for it, then why the hell would you do it? Right? Unless you're trying to somehow like climb the corporate ladder and get to like the very top. But usually what I've noticed is that you can't really work your way up to the corporate ladder. People who are at the top of the corporate ladder went to business school, right? They work in finance. They're like in that circle. They already have the means. They already have the money. So it's very hard to, if not outright impossible, to get there by aggressively climbing. I'm sure it's like possible, but it's just how many people are like that, right? How many people are able to secure that kind of promotion?
でもできないの。
But yeah, she's just like down in the. She's just feeling really down right now because she messed up.
どんなに頑張っても何も変わらなかった。どれだけ犯罪者を取り締まってもロレン全体どころか自分の周りすら良くならない。
Yeah, this is like a problem that you have with people who join the police force too, right? The crime never stops. Because, you know, the police are not there to end the systematic issues. In the end, the police are really just there as like a band-aid. So, you know, back in like the George Floyd protest stuff, right? There was like genuine grievances to be had, right? Even if you did increase police funding, it wouldn't change that there's systemic issues that cause people to turn to criminal violence, to becoming criminals. But at the same time, you can't just hire a fucking social worker. That's not really gonna work, right? A lot of it really stems from the economy being shit. But even when the economy was good, there were still issues. But yeah, you can't exactly therapy someone out of poverty. If someone's dirt poor, then they'll commit crimes to stay alive. Them getting a therapist is not going to change that. At that point, all you can do is lock them up. Either that or offer them a job. But you know, the economy ain't doing so hot. The perfect utopia that is the URNC is far from it. It's hard to reverse generations of mistakes, true. You know, gotta get rid of. There's a lot of systemic inefficiencies. Like just in America. I know because I live in Canada, and Canada followed lockstep with America, even though America made lots of stupid decisions. Like, let's just go with like building codes. Building apartment buildings, building housing is so expensive in America and Canada just because the building codes are not universal with the rest of the world. Just because like elevators and escalators are not standardized. Just because like they insist on building 2 staircases instead of 1 staircase for an apartment building. That like drives up costs and lowers efficiencies. Right? There's so much potential money that can be made just by making things more efficient in America that just isn't done. Right? Unions, will gatekeep the number of elevator and escalator technicians in service via non-standardized regulations. So like every state has their own elevator bylaws, and the unions, there's no like school to train elevator technicians. It's the unions that train them, and unions have like a vested interest in keeping the supply of technicians low so that each union member can make exorbitant amounts of money, even though it's bad for society as a whole. And also NIMBYs, yes. Right? But yeah, these are just like very basic things. Like, you don't technically have to do anything. These are just problems with the way that the system is set up that causes inefficiencies and makes you burn money on things that are useless, right? There's like so much untapped wealth buzzword, so much untapped wealth in Canada and in America that can be unlocked just by getting rid of these inefficiencies and redundancies. We've got a dead person as mod in chat. What? Huh? Oh my goodness. Actor. So good. That voice acting is so good. You can hear the pain. Kalina viciously clutches the sheets, and the wrinkles in them only grow deeper.
指揮官様が消えた時、すごく怒りました。どうして私にも何も言ってくれなかったんですか？足手まといになるから。
Irma's dead, bro. Irma's not dead. Irma's alive, I believe.
いや、そうじゃない。今まで十分苦しんできた君にまで、こんな先の見えない生活をさせたくない。
Why did you... Oh...
どうして私にも何も言ってくれなかったんですか？
The wife is sad. Why did you leave me?
指揮官様が消えた時、すごく怒りました。
もう戦いに巻き込まれる必要は。
Makikomaru, there was no need for you to get tied up with me. She's already tied up with you, bro. She's been tied up with you. She wants to be with you. Why are you like this?
指揮官様の目には私が映っていなかったんですね。
You never truly looked at me. Oh. Yeah, he's being overprotective and paternalistic, and he hasn't seen her for how she is and how she wants him to see her. How like he's never understood what she wants. Cause Shiki-kan is a blockhead.
いつまでも子供扱いして。非軍事勢力管理局に入った時、あなたの経歴を見させていただきました。それで悟ったんです。あなたのそばに立つ資格など私にはないんだと。
Yeah, he's got like pariah syndrome. Or not pariah syndrome, he's got messiah syndrome, messiah complex. He's gotta save everyone, but pushes people away.
私なんか犠牲になった人々の足元にも及ばない。
いや、
違いますか？でももう責めたりしません。私のことを考えて決めたのは知っていますから。
His role model's Anji. I don't remember. Do they ever explain that Shiki-kan knew who Anji was before she was introduced in the story?
今の立場になってから指揮官がロレンに失望した理由も理解できました。
The longer I spent in the system, the more I realized why you were so disappointed in it. Kalina raises her head to look at me, and in her eyes I see a complex mix of emotions, frustration, regret, longing, and hope.
ごめんなさい。本当はこんなことに巻き込むべきではありませんでした。ただ、この依頼をきっかけに、あなたとまた一緒にお仕事できればと思って。そうすれば、昔みたいな関係に戻れるのではないかと。
This girl needs a hug. She really needs a hug. I feel like the first time they met while Commander was with Griffin, but her role with Defy and history with Griffin, her spirit was what end up looking up to. Changes you simply by passing. Okay, yeah. There's people that are like that. They're just so incredible that you can't help but be changed by them. These people exist. I've met some. And they've made me a better person too.
例えば、指揮官様が管理局に入って、正面作戦を指揮するあなたを私がサポートする。みたいなこともありえたかもしれません。
After saying that, the hope in her eyes fades, replaced by helplessness and resignation. Oh, she just wants to go back to the good old days. She misses you.
でも一方で、あなたにまた戦わせるのは億劫でした。この世界に希望などなく、すべてが誰かのシナリオ通りに進んでいる。
It's so messed up, there's no hope in sight. Everything just follows someone's scripted scenario. Underscore someone.
正義、平等、解放、どれも虚像です。財団がどれだけ力を持とうが、壁外の人間が知ることはありません。
Corporations just keep getting bigger. It's true.
初めてあなたと通信した際、私も全てを投げ出してエルモ号に乗ろうかと想像しました。私に失うものなどないのですから、果たすべき責任がなければ。
すまないカリン。君にはいろいろと背負わせすぎた。もしやり直せるなら。
いいえ、同じです。あなたは自分のことすら構わないような人ですから。たとえやり直す機会があったとしても、あなたは同じ選択をしたでしょう。私もそういう人間になりたいんです。けれど。
Kalina can't bring herself to go on. She picks up the apple and bites down on it, then offers it to me. I take it without hesitation and take a bite too. Kansetsu kiss. Kalina smiles in a complicated way. She wipes her tears and speaks to me.
やっぱりあなたは優しいですね。でも今の私に一人にしてください。
Kalina lies back down and covers her face with her blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble up inside me, but die on my tongue. I put the apple on the table and stand up, but she doesn't react at all. All I can do is turn away, open the door, and leave the room. Kruger is waiting for me right outside.
様子は？
一人にしてと言われました。
カリーナは負けず嫌いな上に責任感が人一倍強い。今回はお前も絡んでいる分、より答えたのだろ
う。私にできることはありますか？
そうだな。
As though he knew I'd ask that question, Kruger turns away and picks up a folder.
ジラードグループの資料だ。お前の方でもジラードとパラデウスが手を組んでいることと楽園計画の存在についても知っているはず。
楽園計画。
それをこれから調べる。表向きはコーラップス汚染と再生エネルギーの研究プロジェクトだ。責任者はジラードグループ総裁の娘、オルフェルーネ。
The daughter of Girard Group's chairman. You mean the guy that got thrown out of a plane? He had a daughter? He doesn't seem like the fatherly type. Ruger's such a fucking hunk he is. Look at those. Look at those biceps. Holy shit. He is a big man. He is a big bear man. That was Rurik. Oh, did they get a new chairman?
オルフェルーネ
Did they replace him?
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳細を発表する予定だ。本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが。
Oh, Rurik was the brother of the chairman. Rurik is a part of the family, but he's not the chairman of the entire company. Ah. Huh. I thought he was like the head. Never mind. Rurik was managing another branch of the Rurik group, OD01. Oh. Hmm.
今は休養が何より大事だ。
何をすれば
Still high up, but not leading the whole thing. Ah, okay. I had no idea.
記者に偽装して
The
オルフェル
story
ーネ
made
に
it
接
up to be
触し
Rurik
知っていることを
that
聞
he
き
was
出
like
せ。
the head honcho. But he wasn't actually the head honcho?
だが彼女の身の安全にはくれぐれも注意を払ってくれ。ジラードグループとはパラデウス関連の証拠を渡してもらう約束をした。それを阻止するために総裁の娘を標的にする輩がいてもおかしくない。
Oh no. Oh no, not this kind of story. No. No, escort missions are always the worst.
なら保護すればいいのでは
Sadly, he felt depressed with 2 holes in the forehead and crashed down the plane with no survivors. Yeah, somehow he managed to shoot himself after throwing himself out of a plane in the head 2 times. I don't know how it happened, but some people are just really determined to go down fancy like. Rick got Clinton, the plane simply crashed, ignore the holes.
まだやらなければいけないことがある。
No, Darcher shot him first? Really? I'm sorry, anytime someone gets assassinated on a plane, I think back to Gundam Wing. I just think back to Gundam Wing. What was his name? Admiral... Something to do with the nose. Admiral Septum, that is his name. General Septum. He gets thrown out of a plane by Lady Un, who then proceeds to shoot him in the head while he's falling. And then somehow, Gerard returned. Oh god. Star Wars is... The new trilogy for Star Wars are so fucking cartoonish. Haki over here playing with their Gundams. I am playing with my Gundams. Don't make fun of me for it. Another Gundam Wing scene because it's used in a trip. Was it? The URNC ruled the plane crashed. The news said so. The URNC never lies.
それが終わるまで管理局とジラードのつながりが世に出るリスクは避けたい。
Exactly. RNN never lies, okay? They never lie.
メディアがどう捉え拡散するか分かったものじゃないからな。
世論ですか。
ああ、リヴァには情報面で支援させる。お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形で事足りると思うが、必要なものがあれば知らせろ。
They're so disappointing, especially because Finn was such a neat concept for a character and they wasted him.
了解。
Finn?
反逆とヘレナについて新しい情報があれば教えてください。
Who's Finn? Oh, Star Wars. Yeah. Completely wasted. What was his name? Boyega? I liked his story in Star Wars. But I think that Boyega should have never stepped anywhere close to Pacific Rim. I think that was a massive mistake. I don't think he should ever have been anywhere close to Pacific Rim.
無論だ。
Finn should have been Jedi. That would have been so interesting. To have like a clone be a Jedi. That would be really interesting. Or wait, no, they weren't clones, were they? No, he was a orphan, right? He was an indoctrinated orphan. Yeah, that would have been really interesting. Hey there, Dustblight. How are you doing today? Finn was going to be Kyle Catron. They robbed us. I don't know who Kyle Catron is, but I agree with you.
よく戻ってくれた。
Oh my
やはり
god.
お前がいると心強いな。よく戻ってくれた。やはりお前がいると心強いな。
The emotion in his voice. Thanks, Dad.
戻ってはいません。任務は必ず成功させます。
Dad's like, thank you for coming home. We really missed you. Now hurry up and marry my daughter. She's starting to adopt cats, and I'm worried about that. After passing through multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance of the Gerard Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. You know what this building reminds me of? This reminds me of the Tokyo Metropolitan building, but it also reminds me of the building from Die Hard. I'm sure they may have based this on an actual place in China too, maybe. I'm not too familiar with Chinese iconic buildings. The building's interior surprises me more than the entire city of Vive. The floors are so clean that they're practically shining. Holographic time displays hang in the air, and I'm surrounded by a faint scent of disinfectant. All this fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. Coming back means living under Griffin Leon's control. As my first impression, the internal layout of the building projects a glimpse of the future. Except this future isn't for everyone. Looking at the milling throng at the building's entrance, I give a silent thanks that I'm in the VIP access corridor. Also, why are there palm trees? This is fucking Europe. What kind of psychopath would install palm trees in Europe? Yeah, like, what are those, coconuts? What kind of crazy, insane person would install coconut and palm trees in Europe? I mean, there's like Sakura over there, but like, what the fuck? There are a few people in the express corridor, so I'm able to bring the dolls in without drawing much attention. I try to loosen my tie as I walk. It feels like a noose. You want to be tropical? They wish they could have nice weather. While muttering to myself, my hand reflexively reaches to my waist, where my handgun ought to be. To show their wealth, true. If something like is extremely inefficient, then that's probably a signifier of wealth. However, there's nothing but a well-made fountain pen and press pass there. Currently wearing a suit on loan from the hotel, Macchiato spent 3 full hours trying to reshape my image, from my mannerisms to etiquette knowledge. It's like she was completely reinventing my persona. It makes sense that it would be Macchiato. Freaking hitman looking ass. But it still feels like I'm putting on a suit of ill-fitting clothes, then wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessmen behind me clear their throats and glare in displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd been standing too long in front of the security checkpoint entrance. Yeah, they know. The snooty bastards know.
今の私は輝きの時代の編集長。よし、やろう。
I'm an ace journalist of the shining age.
指揮官、硬いですよ。そんなに姿勢のいい記者なんていませんって。
Journalists don't stand up that straight. Yeah. People know instantly you're military.
編集長なんですから、もっと余裕な感じを出してください。
こういう場所は久しぶりなんだ。慣れない匂いがする。
編集長ともあろう人間が緊張なんてするの？
You guys know like that meme photo of the guy wearing shades at night at a gas station? Right? That's what Shiki-kan's giving off the feeling of right now. That paranoid kind of mentality.
するだろう。
I shrug off the annoyed looks behind me and lead the dolls into the HQ of Gerard Group. There could be Gerard Group here. Once I'm in the entrance hall, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by cold inspection devices and stern-looking security personnel. We still have 6 hours until the Gujarat Group's technological summit. The main conference hall inside the building has already been set up, guided by the signage and receptionist. The summit attendees and the press personnel file into the venue and make their preparations. Disguised as a media team from the Shining Age news agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoint. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Groza and Kolfny. After verifying our identities, this receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening on the other side of the glass wall. Receptionist stops near a stairwell and then hands me a card.
ゲスト用のスイートルームでございます。サミット開始までまだ時間がありますので、もちろんご興味があれば交流会へもご参加いただけます。それではゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
What the fuck is up with these chairs? Why are these chairs look like they're designed like your legs can't actually be in front of you. You have to squat basically. These are squat chairs. What the heck is this? Like your legs have to be separated onto the sides, and you can't even be fully separated on the sides because the chair legs are there. This just looks really uncomfortable. What the hell?
どうも。他の人形たちは？
武器を食事に紛れ込ませて搬入している。準備が完了したら来る会が連絡してくれる。
わかった。うまくいくといいな。
It's hard to stand up. It's hard to take unruly moves like clinching someone.
コルフェンたちはどうします？
まずは万一に備えて様子見だ。それとジラードの令嬢さんだが。
令嬢、the Ojou-sama。
どこかで見たような。
会ったことあるの？
そんなはずないんだが、初めてな気がしないんだ。
What do you mean she seems familiar?
気のせいかな。
Deja vu? Why? After giving myself a quick once-over, we decide to mingle with the other attendees. Steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some of the more prominent, famous, and senior ones are being mobbed by pressmen. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer to the industry are gathered in front of the refreshments table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Groza and Kolfin out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find Orphalun among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective near appears, even if I make a circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around the hall, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're dressed simply, but with a distinct academic air. I pretend to consult a Jura group of prospectus while eavesdropping on their conversations.
先生がインタビューに答えてる時の顔見たか？
Constipated looking professor.
ああ、便秘みてえな顔してたな。どうせオルフェルーネのこと聞かれたんだろ？
やっぱ若き天才ってのは注目されるんだな。
Upon hearing the keyword Orphalun, I surreptitiously move closer.
研究といえども結局金だな。あの年で大枚はたいて研究所を作って、先生みたいなベテランをも助手にして、そりゃ成功するわ。
Young age, tons of money, has her own lab, hired her own professor to work for her. Hard for someone like that to not succeed. Yeah.
はあ、親ガチ当たってれば登壇するのは俺だったのに。
Yeah, if only my parents worked harder, then I'd have generational wealth. Students chat casually, all seemingly to be around Orphalun's age, according to her resume. Though her impressive achievements clearly make them uneasy.
先月のインタビュー読んだか？
ああ、今までの経歴について話したやつでしょ。先生に読んで見習えって強く言われたわ。
Talking about how she grew up, the professor gave me a copy and told me to study. How can you study so carefully about how someone grew up when you're already grown up yourself? What is there to objectively learn from that?
こんな出来のいい生徒がいれば退職金の心配もしなくていいのにとかぼやいてたけど。
まだ50代なのにもう老後の心配かよ。
Your 50s are your prime. Yeah, believe, guys, VTubers, our 50s are our prime. Okay? So that's why 30s is like whatever. It's in demand because the 50s is the actual prime. Believe.
まあそんなもんじゃない。天才様とは違うしね。
ところでさ、オルフェルーネって本当にフランクフルト事件の生き残りなのか？
She really lived through the Frankfurt incident. Convolutional Colonel? I survived Frankfurt Award?
かっこつけるために持ったんじゃないか。
That rich bitch is just showing off, man. Saying, oh, I'm just like the regular people. I survived an apocalyptic event. Yeah, I'm scarred too. I'm one of you guys. I'm normal.
どうだろうな。10年前と言ったら俺はまだ中学生だし、事件の話もテレビで流れてたことくらいしか知らない。
いや、さすがに持ってるだろ。あの事件で生き残るなんて。
Being at 9/11? Why would anyone lie about that?
もっとマシな嘘をつくべきだな。
Imagine writing I was a 9/11 survivor on your resume. They end up talking more about Orphalune, but I've already tuned them out. I became lost in those decade-old memories. The flame of the NSU's war burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of peace was shattered by the hands of people themselves. Scorched earth was soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Do, do, do. Mm-hmm. 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 No, no, inside all my life. Oh my god. Mothers in despair, weeping children and dolls fleeing in all directions. And then there are memories from Nirvana being opened.
編集長。編集長。
When I come to my senses, I see Kolfin looking at me with anxiety. Venue hall has gotten noisier before I realized it. Dude was tuning out. A large-scale pre-conference interview begins as the media personnel begin arriving. Flashbulbs and cameras are going off all around me. Well, I figure nobody knows my face anymore. I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively to photographic and video recording equipment.
ちょっと風に当たってくる。君たちは引き続き監視を。
はい。
I quickly dart around the packed crowd, through the revolving door and arrive at the rooftop balcony. The balcony is much quieter compared to the inside of Venue Hall. A gentle breeze caresses my face and briefly frees me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Orphalune. So she was a survivor of Frankfurt after all. If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? She was in middle school, bro. Was she a civilian? A scholar? A soldier? No, bro, she was in middle school. Or was she a member of Paradius? Dun dun dun. Did this Project Eden she works now on grow from seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers hide an involvement with Paradius? Or is she just another Paradius leader thrust onto the stage after William made his exit? As I lose myself in thoughts, A voice suddenly shatters the peace on the balcony.
本日はご来場いただき誠に、いや違う、こうしてお集まりいただいたのは科学の奇跡を共に、いや硬すぎる、ジラードグループバイオテクノロジー部門の責任者としてこの場をお借りして、全然違う。
This is so relatable, man. This is so relatable. Having to make a big speech, and the worst part is I had to make a big speech in a language I didn't even know. Ooh. The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There's a small gazebo there, half hidden by shrubbery. I turn to look at it and see someone pacing there, seemingly frustrated about something.
バカバカバカ、どうして挨拶くらいでこんなに手こずらなきゃいけないの？
A young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers sitting on the ground. Kawaii.
原稿が悪いわ。私のスタイルと全然合ってない。オルフェルーネ様はもっとエレガントでブリリアントな発表をするべきよ。
Elegance? Where is she? Where's elegance? Where's her forehead? I silently study this sudden speaker. While I'm still some distance away from her, my instincts tell me she is my target. That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission objective here at all. It's hard to believe that she, the daughter of the Gerard Group's chairman, would actually go around without a bodyguard. The girl calling herself the Great Orphalone is nothing like the elegant and confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match up too well with her picture. I continue approaching and finally manage to get a good look at her. What shocks me is how young she looks. Like a freshly graduated university student. Do you not know how old she is? She's currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers. Then a gust of wind ruins her plans. Okay, cute, but why is she wearing prison overalls? Got a very interesting fashion sense, I'll say that much. Okay, she's got fancy makeup on. She's got the mascara. She's got the eyeshadow, the blue eyeshadow. I'm not a huge fan of blue eyeshadow, but I feel like it works in certain contexts. Blue eyeshadow. She's got some rouge on, some blush, a little bit of lipstick. Yeah, I prefer subtle lipstick like this. It's pretty good. Our Orphalone is assumed to be between 18 and 20 due to how old she was in 10 years prior. She's got double buns and she's got the curls. She's got the drill hair. Interesting. I'm not liking her her outfit's fucking weird though. She looks like she's wearing prisoner clothes. the double bun cornet. Panic shit goes after the wind-tossed papers like a kitten chasing a butterfly. So one of them drifts over the edge of the balcony. She leans out to get it. As I see her about to fall off the side of the balcony, man, that's insane. I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective, break into a sprint. I grab her collar by one hand and pull her back from the brink, while snatching the fluttering sheet of paper out the Whoa, ikemen! How manly. She stumbles under the sudden tug, but finds herself footing turning to face me. Said face is useful and delicately featured. Her turquoise eyes normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they're currently filled with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. Colin watching this right now, crying in her bed. She's getting interred by a younger girl. Colin, no.
すみません。わざとじゃないんです。バルコニーから落ちそうだったからつい。
I hand her the paper I'm holding and she snatches it back, her face flushing a bright pink.
この私がそんな間抜けなわけないじゃない。今のは、そう、風向きを確認してただけ。
What the fuck is wrong with this person?
風向き？
そうよ。科学者たるもの、周辺の環境には常に気を払うべきよ。 例えば今は風速 5.3 メートルの南西風、湿度は 43%。
Oh my gosh, she's fucking autistic. She discreetly smooths her ruffled clothes and her hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even try to hide makes it all very performative. Performative? Performative? She's got matcha? Matcha tea latte? I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act?
なるほど。髪、良ければ拾いますが。
いいわ。手伝わせてあげる。でも機密が書かれてるから絶対に読んじゃダメだからね。
かしこまりました。オルフェルーネス様。
知ってるの？
さっきそう自称していたと記憶しています。
My God, he's raising up the target. You can't do that. Shiki-kan, you've already got 5 wives waiting back at home.
いや、そもそもジラードグループの誇る天才で、今回のサミットの主役の一人であるあなたを知らない人はいないでしょう。
That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photographs. It's probably why all the pressmen present at the venue didn't realize she was a real deal.
そうね。この天才科学者の時間をこんなくだらない社交の場に費やすなんて生産性がないにも程があるわ。
Maybe Coffin was right about Commander liking them young. No!
だからここに隠れて発表会の練習を？
あなた誰なの？まさかパパラッチ？スキャンダルでもつかむつもり？やば。さっき言ったこと表に出したら許さないわよ。
確かに記者ですが、そんなゲスなことはしません。実を言うと、私も堅苦しい雰囲気が苦手でして。
Understanding seemed to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flashed through her eyes. Her mood does a little mercurial first. Her mood does seem a little mercurial for someone of her status.
わかる。しょうがないわね。とりあえず信じてあげる。
発表、緊張なさってるんですか？
そんなわけないでしょ。これくらいこのオルフェルーネ・ジラードにとっては日常茶飯事よ。
日常茶飯事。This is an everyday thing for me, man. I got it all under control. I ate speeches for breakfast. Despite her words, she ends up crumpling the paper in her hands.
大勢の専門家の前で研究成果を発表するのは確かに気が引けます。今まで取材させていただいた方々も、大勢を前にすると緊張するとおっしゃっていました。
本当に？
ええ。
Always comforting her.
むしろそれは聴衆のことを気にかけている少佐とも言えるでしょ
う。連中が聞きたいのは天才科学者の発表よ。でもこの原稿、こんなの私の言葉じゃない。
I don't care. She's William himself. She's cutie. That's terrible, man. You mean you would forgive a terrible woman? An evil woman if she was hot? I don't know if I'm supposed to be cultivating this kind of audience.
ではなぜご自分で用意をしないのですか？
私の話を理解してくれる人がいないからよ。前に一度自分で原稿を用意したけど、助手があれは災難だったって。
Oh. It's because she's too fucking autistic. Nobody understands what she's saying.
その発表の後、あの手この手で映像記録を抹消したそうよ。
They had to cover up her video on the internet? Evil woman hot is over half the enemies we face. Yeah, but we kill them. We don't forgive them. Okay?
災難。
Evil must not be forgiven. 光量子もつれの研究で非ユークリッド位相空間に存在する色素分子のメタサーフェスを発見したわ。
Oh my god, why is this?
それはネゲントロピーを利用してダークエネルギーを生物エネルギーへと変換する能力を有し、超弦理論に基づいた11次元世界の法則で。
I feel bad for the voice actress who has to read this shit. Discovered a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on non-Euclidean topological structure that can convert dark energy to bioenergy through negotropic increase. Mechanism is entirely from dehydrogenesis mediated proton pump coupled to... The fuck is she talking about? Any physics nerds here know what she's talking about? 11-dimensional world of superstring theory. What the fuck?
興味ある？
Orphelin seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly.
ほら、ほとんどの人は知識そのものに興味なんかない。
People are interested in practical applications of science. They don't really care about methodology. Right?
内容というより伝え方の問題では。
どういう意味？
抽象的な言葉は大衆には響きません。もっとみんなが想像しやすい事柄で例えることはできませんか？
But this is like the exact opposite of what autistic people like. Autistic people like to get into the weeds of details. But you're telling them to condense it all into a simplification and a metaphor that can be misinterpreted. So obviously that there is a point of contention there.
実は植物は日光以外のものを食べるとか？
いいですね。それで？
例えば日光以外にも放射線をエネルギー源にすることができて有害物質を養分に変えられるなんてどう？
Yahoo Southern. Yahoo Yahoo. If a plant could take in different forms of energy like a human being, not solely rely on sunlight, for example. Imagine if it could absorb radiation, energy from radiation, and convert the harmful components into nutrients for its own. You mean like epiphyllum? Her eyes begin to light up and she begins to grow more and more animated. She begins gesticulating and describing just how her research could change the biosphere.
上々です。これなら誰もが興味を持つでしょう。
本当に？
本当ですとも。
私の研究内容知ってるの？
ええ。何を隠そう、あなたの専門である植物学は私の取材テーマなんですよ。
分かってくれる記者がいるなんて理解のあるメディアが科学を取り上げるのは科学者として喜ばしいことよ。
認めていただけたようで何よりです。実はあなたが研究している植物をこの目で見たことがあります。
So, a thing about Shiki-kan is that even though he seems like really stiff and that he doesn't seem like he fits in a high society, the way he actually talks in Japanese is extremely formal and service-oriented. Like, Shiki-kan talks like a high-class butler in Japanese. He talks like a high-class butler. I wonder if that's like something that's like incongruent with the way he's supposed to be written. Shiki-kan talks military. No, the Japanese, he talks like a fucking butler. He speaks extremely formally.
見た目がエピフィラムに似たものですよね。
どうしてそれを？
He's trying to pose as an editor. True, but like, I mean, in all the scenes that Shiki-kan is in Japanese, he sounds like a fucking butler. Right, he's always speaking highly formal service Japanese, which maybe runs counter to the way he's supposed to be portrayed.
まさか私の実験施設に入ったことあるの？
実験施設？
Because it sounds really hard for me to imagine how someone who speaks like this couldn't get around high society.
あれはあの施設にしかないもの。よその人間が知ってるのはおかしい。あなたまさか企業スパイ？
Corporate spies are a real thing, man.
ま さか本当に送り込まれるなんて。
いや、ID と招待状です。これで疑惑が晴れるかは分かりませんが、一応。
偽造品じゃなさそうね。
When I was taking Russian, I was careful to enunciate and speak formally. My teacher told me I was acting very military, like direct and formal. Feels though speaking formally directly does the same. That's the thing though, Shikikan does not speak directly. He speaks very indirectly. He almost speaks sarcastically. Which is not military.
お嬢様、ここにいらしたのですね。
Is that elegance I hear? Do I hear an elegant aura creeping up behind me? Oh my god, it's elegant forehead. Hell yeah. I turned my head to look and see a tall, dignified woman shown up at some point. She's impeccably dressed, but her gaze is razor sharp.
見つかった。
Orphalun shudders, looking for all the world like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
イグラ違うの。ちょっと風に当たってただけで。
Doesn't Igla mean needle?
サミットまであと3時間。発表の準備は順調ですか？
最後にもう一度確認してただけよ。
The doll called Igla sighs in exasperation and gives Orphalun a doting look. Then she bends down and helps pick up her dropped papers.
何かお困りのようですね。
平気よ。私一人で解決できるわ。
無論、あなたの能力を疑うつもりはありません。それよりも、これ以上スタイリストを待たせない方がよろしいかと。
Igla reaches out to straighten Orphalun's rumpled collar.
今着ている白衣も、この場にはふさわしくありません。ドレスにお着替えください。
Bro, if she's a scientist, she should be wearing the lab coat. It just makes sense.
でもドレスなんか窮屈だし。
これもジラードのためですよ。どなたかは存じませんが、お嬢様のお相手をしていただきありがとうございました。
礼には及びません。オルフェルーネさんとお話できて光栄でした。
She politely extracts a name card from her breast pocket and hands it to me.
お嬢様の専門分野にご興味がおありでしたらぜひ、明日のセミナーにお越しください。
Her tone is cool and polite, but the judgment and caution are evident.
そうだ、あなたお名前は？
輝きの時代の編集長でございます。さっき ID をお見せしたはずですが。
そうだった。偽造かどうかだけ気にしてたからつい。発表聞きに来てくれる？
お嬢様、時間です。
質問があれば終わった後に聞きに来てもいいわよ。ちゃんと答えるから。
My name is on my ID sounds like something that someone would say if they forgot their fake name. I say that because I've done that before. Okay, what was my name today on this occasion? Yeah, this is my name on my card. What do you think about Orphalun the dork? I don't really care about Orphalun that much. She's cute. But, you know, Igla's got that forehead, you know? And she's even got like a little bullseye mark on there. Igla follows Orphalun's gaze, but her voice is gentle, but the waning of her tone becomes more and more evident.
では編集長、今宵の宴をどうぞお楽しみください。
I prefer the dork to the ignorant backstabber. Huh?
ただし、くれぐれも領分を履き違えることのないようお願いします。
もうまたそうやって圧かける。
You know, just like with Six Tons, we're gonna put you in a dress.
申し訳ありません。
There's Igla. Gerard's strongest doll. She probably doesn't know who I am, but she was clearly repulsed by how I approached Orpheloon. From the Gerard group files I saw in the combat footage Leva showed me, I could conclude that this 3rd gen doll is very likely our trickiest foe yet. Seeing as how understaffed we are at the moment, it would best not to arouse her suspicion. I studied the card Eagle left me. In addition to the usual contact information, there's a line of small letters. Science runs on curiosity, but danger often begins there too. Choose wisely. What the fuck? Damn, she hates me. There's still some time until the presentation begins, and it doesn't seem to be any more news worth hearing. My conversation with Orpheloon just now has given me a basic impression of her, while the presence of that 3rd gen doll has given me some serious doubts about our upcoming mission. Being guarded by such a powerful doll all but confirms Orpheloon's standing as heir, yet her reaction and way of speaking raise some doubts. She seems to have total faith in what she's studying. It makes me genuinely believe she's doing a good thing. I don't smell the stench of Paradise's lies and evil. Instead, she feels too innocent. At the moment, it's difficult for me to tell if she's being genuine or if it's just an elaborate act.
すみません。
ええ、どうしました？
A staffer holds up a tote bag in his hand. Its velvety silk material is finely made and features the logo of the summit.
遠路はるばるお越しくださったメディアの皆様にお土産をご用意させていただきました。
What the fuck? That's so suspicious. Grab bags are usually given at the entrance. They're not usually... Or they're like left in the room before you arrive at the room. It's really weird that it would come... that a server would bring it while you're already there. Very odd.
お土産？
はい。中身はジラードグループの新製品とリビューの特産品でございます。
This feels like it's something that Igla probably arranged just now.
どうも。開けよう。
そうね。
Just as the staffer said, the bag contains an exquisite gift box. First layer contains many pretty-looking desserts, while the second has the latest smart device from Gerard's notable subsidiary. Golza and Kolfin inspect the gift box, and even take apart the small device, but they don't find anything suspicious.
本当にただのお土産なのか？
指揮官、袋の中まだ何かありますよ。
確認しよう。
二重底になってるわ。
There's a secret lining inside the bag. Take it from her and feel around the place Groza indicated. Sure enough, there seems to be something hidden in it. Someone cut it open and sewed it back together again. I rip open the seam and take out the object. There's a little box in my hand with the working ID reading special invitation.
盗聴器とかじゃないですよね。
見せて。
She takes a small slip of paper out from behind the ID.
面倒事があったらこれを使って。
This device can help you solve all the problems before you.
頑張ってね。
So make good use of it, okay? Huh?
指揮官、ジラードグループに知り合いでもいるの？
Oh, there's a mole inside Gerard, right?
いや、身に覚えがないな。
じゃあ管理局のサポートだったりして。
カリンたちだったらもっと早くは。
それもそうですね。念のために確認してみませんか？
あら、私がそんなむやみにサプライズを送るように見える？今持ってる情報は全て渡した。詳細は言えないけど、私も似たような感じで助けられ
Right,
たこと
she
があ
received
る。
help from a mole as well.
とりあえず人の好意は受け取ってあげてもいいんじゃない？
好意ね。
お嬢様の出番は最後になります。 発表の時間は30分。何かあれば合図してください。スライドもサーバーにアップロードしました。あとはリモコンのボタンを押すだけで大丈夫です。他に確認したいことはありますか？
ないわ。
Oh,
こ
wow.
の程度、天才科学者オルフェルーネ・ジラードにとって朝飯前よ。
That is a brilliant dress. Yeah, it reminds me of the one that Caparina wears in R1911. Maybe this is like a traditional like style for Russians with like the flared pleated shoulders. It looks really good. It must be some kind of like Russian ethnic wear. To have like the pleated shoulders. I really like it. Orphalune plants her hands on her waist and proudly raises her chin. She has a confident smile on her face, but a keen observer would note her hands are trembling. Then there's a faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead.
当然でございます。失礼いたします。
Your handkerchief is wrinkled. She doesn't have a handkerchief.
ねえイグラ、私の髪乱れたりしてない？登壇するからには完璧な状態にしないと。
何も問題ありませんが。
Eagle's hands move with sculptor's touch, as if she's working with a soap bubble that might vanish at breath. The look in her eyes isn't a professional diligence, but something more closer to religious reverence.
あと少しで私の研究成果が世に出る。ジラード家の意向を世界に示してやるんだから。
全員がひれ伏すことでしょ
う。ねえイグラ、時間が来るまでそばにいてくれる？
Damn, Eagle is being very mommy here.
緊張とかそういうのじゃないから、スケジュールを滞りなく進めるためよ。
いついかなる時もあなたのそばにいるのが私の務め。
じゃあさっきはどこにいたの？すごく待ったんだから。確かにイグラの目を盗んで抜け出したけどさ、こんな日に遅刻するなんてあなたらしくないわ。
I just realized something. Orphalune, her voice, she talks a lot like one of my friends, actually. A VTuber in one of my groups, in one of my VTuber groups I'm in. She talks like Io. She talks like Io. This is like so,
申し訳ございません。
もうIoさんと全
不安
然似てる。
要素を取り除きに行っておりました。招かれざる客がお嬢様の研究に分不相応に関心を向けていました。
I was like thinking to myself, okay, this kind of voice is like very familiar. Why is that? She sounds exactly like one of my friends.
またそういう連中が。ご苦労様イグラ。きっと私の成果を盗もうとしたに違いないわ。でもそれも今日で終わり。発表さえすればもう警戒する必要はないわ。
その通り。
これはオルフェルーネ。今夜は一段と綺麗だ。
Oh, it's this dude, Mr. Man, Zimmerman, the unsuspecting villain. He doesn't have his evil fedora and overcoat on right now, though. He doesn't have the evil mafia boss outfit right now.
チマーマンおじさま。
Uncle Zimmerman. I didn't know he was related to the Gerard group. I thought he was just some dude.
こんばんは、チマーマン様。
That's really weird. Igla's standing in front of her, as if to protect her. Isn't Zimmerman her boss, though? Igla's face is perfectly composed, but her body shifts almost imperceptibly in order to put herself between Orphalune and the newcomer.
相変わらずの警戒心。窮地の中ではありませんか。
Oh, I see, I see. So he's part of like the Oleg company, right? And they were absorbing all of Gerard Group's stuff that fell apart. Orlog conglomerate, yeah. And you notice how like he basically took all of their third gen dolls. I wonder if Igla has more loyalty towards Orphalun than she does towards Zimmerman, towards the Orleg.
まったく大した守護者よ。
His personality is like so big here. When he was introduced in the last event, he was like a mouse, right? He was very like low key, but now he's like very high key.
それが私の務めです。
今日は来ないのかと思ってたわ。
議会は午前中に済ました。娘も同然のお前の晴れ舞台を見ぬわけにはいかないだろ。
It says in English beloved niece, but in Japanese he's saying like someone who's like a daughter to me. This is like giving groomer vibes, bro.
いつ来たの？
少し前にな。ところでオレクはこの大事な日に。
Who's Oleg?
お父様は
Oh, it's
大
her
事な
dad.
接待があるって。
I didn't know he was actually like friends with Gerard. That adds a whole other layer to this.
最初から期待してなかったし、どうでもいいわ。
Orphalun proudly raises her chin, pretending that doesn't bother her.
竜陸王子様が亡くなっていろいろドタバタしてるし、お父様も私にできるのは研究に専念することだって。
まさかリュウリックが財団に黙って不義理を働いていたとは誰も思うまい。
Who knew that Rurik was evil and was doing all sorts of experiments? Definitely not me. Oh man, what a terrible thing to befall your family. I definitely had no hand in it.
奴の悪事が公になった瞬間、ジラードグループの株価は大幅に下落した。私にできることがあれば遠慮なく言えとオレクに伝えてくれ。ジラードとファルベンは運命共同体なのだから。お前が小さい頃からの付き合いだ。ここで見て見ぬふりをするわけにはいかない。
Oh my god, he sounds so slimy. Yeah, it's your uncle who has been there for you ever since you were little. I'll never turn a blind eye to your plight. Oh, this guy. This guy. The English understates it so much what he's saying.
ジラードグループを代表して感謝申し上げます。ですがこの程度で基盤が揺らぐほど我々はやわではありません。お嬢様の発表をもってジラード家の底力を世に知らしめることになるでしょう。
そうですか。これは今夜がますます楽しみだ。
Zimmerman's gaze shifts between Igla and Orphalun, a subtle smile on his face.
ところで楽園計画はすでに第一段階の成果を公表する段階に至ったって？
ええ、それはもう大きな成果を得られたわ。今夜みんなをびっくりさせてやるんだから。
よ、これで株価は安定し、財団のジラード家に対する信頼も取り戻せるだろう。
Oh my god, shareholder price go up.
幼かったオルフェルーネも一人前になって。
グループのことは私には関係ないわ。でも私は私の方法で研究で。
はは、相変わらず真面目な子だ。だが誰が何と言おうとジラードの後継者はお前だ。例えばお前の研究が財団を揺るがすやもしれぬと見ている者もいる。
お嬢様は純粋に学術のために研究を行っています。
もちろんそういった精神は尊重されるべきです。だが世の中は純粋なものほど脆い。
The purest things are most fragile.
イグラさん、それはあなたが一番よく知っているはずだ。
Oh my god, this is a threat.
だからこそ守られるべきです。
面白い。しかし守るのにも力とリソースがいる。ジラードグループの現在の立場ではそれは難しいでしょう。
あなたの真意が何であれ、これだけは言っておきます。
忠誠は美徳ですが、賢さに変わるものはありません。あなたなら選択を間違えることはないと信じています。
Is Zimmerman trying to recruit Igla? He's like, Gerard's already finished. Join my side.
おじさま、会社のことがわからないからってバカにしないでくれる？オレク・ジラードの娘としてジラードグループは死守するわ。だからイグラを引き抜こうとしないで。おじさまのところにも第三世代人形がいるでしょ。イグラは私の助手よ。イグラがいなければ私は。
Oh, they're so gay. They're so gay. This is so Yuri. They're so gay for each other. Orphelin suddenly cuts herself off.
とにかくイグラは私の人形だから、いくらおじさまでも渡したりしないわ。これから発表の準備をするから邪魔しないで。
やはり若くして成功を収めるのはお前のような純粋な人間なのかもしれないな。邪魔して悪かった。ちゃんと見届けさせてもらうよ。じきに嵐が訪れる。
What the fuck?
あなただけでは主を守りきれないでしょう。
All of a sudden,
賢明な判断を期待しています。
all of a sudden, evil switch flipped on.
ご忠告ですが、私の選択は常に一つ。まだ準備がありますので。
Still more. Man, the stories in this event are so long.
ありがとうございました、タレスさん。お次は植物学の機体の申請。皆様が最も気になるであろう楽園計画の詳細を公表していただくと同時に。
Part 2 goes fast? Oh, okay.
今夜我々がここに集まったのは、科学者である以前により良い未来を求める探求者でもあるからです。そしてまさに今この瞬間から新しい時代が始まろうとしています。緑の浄化者である植物にはまだまだ驚くべき秘密が隠されていたのです。
最初に皆様にお伺いします。植物に放射線を吸収する能力はあると思いますか？やっぱり原稿をそのまま読んでいる。
Orphelin is the undisputed center of the venue's attention. The researchers, businessmen, journalists, and everyone is listening intently, looking forward to how her words will change the world. Radioactive particle absorption through large-scale planting. Improving purification zone efficiency at lower cost. These ground declarations do sound very promising, but all of these are definitely not the true aim of Project Eden. What is its true aim? All the research she's mentioned so far sounds like a lot of the operating principles of collapsed epiphyllums. Could have something to do with Paradis' upcoming moves? Are Gerard Group's attempts to kidnap Helen a part of the Project Eden too? Suddenly realize I simply have too few clues. Even if Nomfa and I managed to find a few traces of it, I'm still clueless. Orphelin continues the presentation beneath the spotlight. Audience's interest is steadily rising.
私たちは無意識に汚染エリアの浄化は果てしなく困難なものだと思い込んできました。しかし技術の進歩とともにより確実で安定した、そして低コストの方法で人類が領土を取り戻す可能性が芽生えました。植物という古来より存在する生命の力を借りて未来を切り開くのです。皆様のご期待に応えるべく2日後に楽園計画の第一段階を実行いたします。そしてこの計画のもたらす変化を全リビューが見届けることでしょう。ありがとうございました。
I propose a plan. We plant tons of collapsed epiphyllums everywhere. Before the collapsed epiphyllums bloom, we will cut them up. We will pull them out, and we will send them on a rocket and blast them into the sun. That's how we'll get rid of the collapse radiation. Trust.
オルフェルーネさん、オルフェルーネさん、質問よろしいでしょうか？
計画は2日後に実行するとのことですが、
ジラードグループの株価に楽園計画がどのように影響すると思いますか？ 者会見は30分後 B ブロック内で行われます。オルフェルーネさん、ありがとうございました。
またか。
目の前にスクープがあるのに。
やめだやめだ。帰って記事を仕上げるぞ。日付が変わる前に入稿すればうちが。
ここで使うのか。
こちらが記者会見の待機所となります。
はい。
Though the press conference hasn't begun yet, I can tell I'm the one who doesn't belong. All the journalists here seem to know each other. They're sitting at prearranged seats and whispering to each other.
初めてか?
I turn and realize that the other guy is speaking to me.
ええ。
そう警戒するな。
Reporter question mark. Who is this guy?
あのお嬢様の独壇場の賑やかし要員だからな。
そうですね。
株は買ったか?
Bought your shares yet?
株?
ああ。まさか買ってないのか? こんながっぽり稼げるチャンスはめったにないぞ。この記者会見が終われば、ジラードグループの株価はうなぎ登り間違いなしだ。
Going to the moon. Oh God, who wrote that?
このタイミングであのお嬢様を出して、信用と名誉回復に利用したというわけさ。
Huddle to the moon.
記者会見では多分この前のワクチン事件とジラードグループの人形技術関連の質問が飛び交うだろうな。
オルフェルーネという看板を宣伝するために。
分かってるじゃないか。
記者ですが。
おいおい、本物だったのかよ。
Wait, you're an actual journalist?
珍しいな。こりゃジラードはちゃんとイメージ改善に努めないとな。
What are the chances Hillary is in there planning to make a purchase? I'm pretty. Isn't there like a different person? You know, a certain person who has a tracker, who has a stocks tracker.
いいか? 空気を読めない質問はするんじゃないぞ。俺は今日ここに来るために全てを投げ出したんだ。
Alright, it's time to ruin this guy's life. We're crashing this stock with no survivors.
それでは終わりに。
Wait, are they asking for questions?
ご質問は以上でよろしいでしょうか?
Press conference draws closer. She talks. Does distaste the look. She retains the same haughty attitude. Gaze keeps sweeping between the audience as if she's looking for something. The questions are all meticulously crafted, just like what the man from before said. A syllable from Orphelin's loose move, the market needles influencing position of the group. What about Orphelin herself? Did she memorize an utterly boring script before the press conference started, just like she was doing in the balcony? What about me? Some gave me this idea. What do they want me to find? Rather, what do they want me to change? Her eyes are still sweeping the venue, searching for something. Nobody's raising their hand.
待ってください。
Uh-oh, we need to short the GameStop stock again to the moon. That's not how it worked.
あなたはさっきバルコニーにいた。
オルフェルーネさん。
ええ、喜んでお答えします。
少し前に簡単なインタビューをさせていただいたと思うのですが、そこで私はあなたが研究している植物と似たようなものを見たと言いました。
Oh no.
それはあなたがリビウで作ったものと違い、汚染エリアで大量に発見され、その後人工栽培が試みられた植物です。
He's gonna talk about pifflums, isn't he? Oh boy.
その名はコーラプスエピフィラム。この植物はコーラプス粒子を吸収・放出する特性を持ち、レッドエリアで幾度となく目撃されました。しかしエピフィラムの存在はなぜか隠蔽されており、ロレンやジラードグループが公表した資料には記載されていません。あなたの発表内容とエピフィラムには共通点がいくつもあるように思います。
あなた、
Oh. So Paradius has handed over epiphyllums to them for them to experiment on.
教えてください。あなたの研究とエピフィラムに関連性はありますか？それは楽園計画の革新となる技術なのではないですか？
As I ask my question, the host is already speaking into a walkie-talkie in his hand. Shortly afterwards, several Gerard Group security personnel enter the room and swiftly approach my position.
すみません。事前にお知らせした範囲以外の質問はご遠慮願います。
Please refrain from asking questions. Doing so is a violation of media regulations. Arfaloon's hands tighten around the microphone she's holding. She seems to be hesitating. Her gaze is wavering, and she is occasionally glancing at Igla, who's standing behind her. Meanwhile, I ignore the host's attempt to stop me and continue addressing Orpheloon.
オルフェルーネさん、私はあなたの研究に大変興味があります。あなたの植物に対する造形はこの程度じゃない。あなたの本当の研究を世に知らしめてみませんか？
Uh-oh.
本当のインタビューを受けてみませんか？あなたに必要なのは、あなたをマスコット扱いする人間ではなく、あなたのことを、科学を本当に理解している人間ではありませんか？
What is this? What is this? The summoned security guards have already reached me. I know that Orpheloon does not wish to proceed further, then the mission will be a complete failure. There's probably no better opportunity to reach a scientist as heavily protected as her than today. A hulking guard gestures for me to leave. I'm not exactly thrilled to be going, but this isn't a good place to get violent. All I can do is follow the guards. He could probably beat the guard up. Several long seconds later, Orpheloon holds out a hand to stop the guards. She descends from the stage and runs over to me.
本当に純粋に私の研究に興味があるの？株価とか市場とかそういうのじゃなくて？
はい。私は科学者としてのあなたを知りたい。ジラードグループの令嬢や若き天才という看板ではなく。
Are we gonna get a private interview?
やっぱりあなたは他の俗物とは違うと思ってたわ。
You were different from those other rabble.
お嬢様。
Igla follows closely behind and whispers into her ear. After realizing her faux pas, Orpheloon quickly resumes her previous attitude.
本日はご来場いただきありがとうございました。
Before the host can continue, Orpheloon grabs me by the sleeve and drags me backstage. After going behind the curtains, Orpheloon warily glances outside. After ensuring that we will not be interrupted, she continues speaking to me in an excited voice.
エピフィラムの生態まで知ってるの？同僚でも知ってる人はそんなにいないのに。じゃあ、私のやりたいことも分かってるわよね。
いや。
やっぱり待って。心の準備ができてなかった。そうね。こうしましょう。あなたの質問、何でも答えるわ。でもそれは今じゃないし、俗物たちの前で話すことでもない。
Graciously answer your question, but not here in front of the hoi polloi. The fuck does hoi polloi mean? The rabble?
明日、独占インタビューを手配してあげる。場所は、私の実験室でどう？
The great unwashed. I'm pretty sure the people here were not the masses, though. The people here are all like highly influential, like business, like insiders. They're not riffraff at all.
それまでに聞きたいこと、まとめてきなさい
But
よね。
guess, scientifically speaking, they are the riffraff. These guys are not interested in science at all. They just care about stock prices.
期待してるから。私の研究は株価を上げるだけの道具じゃないってことは。
ありがとうございます。ご期待に添えるよう尽力します。
弊社広報担当の連絡先です。明日のスケジュールについては彼にご確認ください。
Igla decorously hands me a card. Igla follows behind, but before she goes, she shoots me one final warning look. Uh-huh. Oh, it's still good. What the heck? 1.5 is long. The next day.
編集長。
ここか。思ったより質素だな。
ええ。楽園計画の研究所はまさに楽園だった。見出しはこれでどうですか？
本当に記事を書くわけじゃないんだから。
役作りは大事ですよ。
I look at the same time, and we set up early to avoid complications. The time right now is 9:40.
まだ時間があるけど。
ああ、早いに越したことはない。
Not in Germany. Coming early is not to his meeting to his way of showing respect. Not in Germany. In Germany, they want you to be there exactly on time.
待たせるのは失礼だからな。
Same in Japan. They're not ready to receive you yet, so wait outside.
行こ
う。こんにちは。お約束でいらっしゃいますか？
オルフェルーネさんの独占インタビューです。
問題あります。
Lab is a lot livelier than its exterior would imply. In addition to busy researchers, each floor has its own assistants.
思ったより大きいな。
わお、リビューに来てから驚きの毎日です。こんな豪華な建物が実験室なんですね。
入り口に検査ゲートがないし、職員も自由に出入りしている。
外から見ている2班によれば、屋上にさらに2つ。
なら調べるしかないな。
輝きの時代の皆様。
こんにちは、イグラさん。
Clearly, my stunt with Orphalun at the press conference last night has put her on guard.
お嬢様はあなたのお越しを大層楽しみにされていました。
Igla's tone is polite and restrained, but the hint of warning in her voice is plainly evident. She is carrying a large box, and I wonder if it contains some sort of powerful weapon.
20分早めに来られたのですね。
はい。兵士にとってとても大事な取材ですので。
早すぎると迷惑になる可能性は考慮しなかったのですか？
See. Only someone with a lack of precise planning in their life would allocate excessive time in the scheduling to avoid lateness.
あなたの部下にはコンプライアンス研修が必要なようですね。
Seems your assistants need more professional training.
過度な時間前行動は人生の無駄とは思いませんか？
いいえ。
申し訳ありません。私の基準をそちらに当てはめてしまったようです。お嬢様のスケジュールは私が分刻みで管理しているゆえ、少しの乱れも許されません。現在は朝食の時間です。インタビューは予定通り10時開始でよろしいですか？
ええ、もちろん。
その前に私の方から研究所をご案内させていただきます。1階は受付とロビーになっております。通常お嬢様や他の研究員への取材はここで行われます。ですがあなたは重要な客人なので、今回は特別にお嬢様のオフィスへご案内いたします。
ご好意に感謝いたします。
正直これほどインタビューを楽しみにしているお嬢様は見たことがありません。どうしてあなたにこれほどの興味が湧いたのか。
I talked to her like a real person.
教えていただけますか？
私にもわかりません。ただ確かなのは、科学者としての彼女を見ている人間はほぼいなかったのでしょう。
I sense a hint of caution in her eyes, while her demeanor is flawless. Her wariness of me has not faded. Along the way, she tells us that this floor is a core research facility. Biosafety labs are performing core research for Project Eden.
ええ。そしてそういった不埒な輩を遠ざけるのが 私の役目です。
Igla gives me a meaningful like, and I turn to look in the direction Igla is pointing and feign ignorance.
この先がお嬢
Oh,
様のオフィス
me?
になります。
I'm definitely not a spy. This is an office? Sound of someone shattering comes from inside, followed by a panicked yelp.
ああ、イグラ助けて。この機械全然言うこと聞かない。
Oh my god.
お嬢様。10分目を離しただけで、またご自分で操作されたのですか？
最新の実験データをまとめようとしたのに、開発部の連中絶対また設定をいじったに違いないわ。
Orphelin turns to look at us. Her expression immediately turns to stone. Her long blonde hair is a mess, and her lab coat buttons are fastened incorrectly. She looks like nothing like the noble, poised scientific genius described in her file.
あなたたち確か10時に来るはずじゃ。イグラ、なんで教えてくれなかったの？
It is 10.
ただいま10時ちょうどでございます。
嘘。まあいいわ。許してあげる。寛大な私に感謝しなさい。
Man, they're really making us like her. But knowing that this game's devs, they're gonna kill her off. I just know.
お嬢様。
Igla produces a new lab coat and a kit bag from a big box she's carrying around. Oh, so there's not weapons. And begins giving Orphelin a high-speed makeover. Orphelin obediently stands still and lets Igla fuss over her like a mother hen.
早く、お客さんが待ってるでしょ。
It's so cute.
はい、お嬢様。
My goodness, very high maintenance.
うん、バッチリね。ようこそ私の実験室へ。このオルフェルーネ・ジラードが直々に出迎えたのだから。
ええ、お時間を作っていただきありがとうございます。
ちゃんと礼儀をわきまえてるようね。昨日から考え続けてたわ。どうして私の研究をそこまで理解してるの？普通の記者なんか最低限の用語すら覚えられないのよ。
Most journals can't even pronounce basic botanical terms. Yeah, most journals can't even make it past level 1.
お嬢様、こちらは輝きの時代誌の編集長です。取材経験も知識量も波の記者を上回って当然です。
そんなの分かってるわよ。
Igla seems used to Orphelin's little flare-ups.
で、何から始めようかしら。今までだと写真撮影とかもあったけど。
そうですね。撮らせていただきます。
I give Colfin a look, and she quickly moves in front of Orphelin and raises her camera.
少々お待ちを。
Upon seeing Colfin point her camera shutter at Orphelin, Igla hurries over to touch up Orphelin's looks up once again, helps properly fasten her lab coat, and discreetly steps out of the frame.
撮影した写真はすべてチェックさせていただきます。一番写りの良い写真のみ掲載を許可します。
もう大げさなんだから、どの角度から見ても完璧でしょ？
And who do you think you have to thank for that?
ここで提案なのですが、いつもと違う一面を見せてはいかがでしょうか。
Showing a side of Miss Orphelin that contrasts her usual dignified persona could win more public goodwill.
オルフェルーネさんはエリートとしての印象が定着しています。ギャップを見せた方が親近感を持たれやすいでしょう。
She may be rich, but actually, what if you showed people that she's a dork?
いいわね。イグラ、いいかしら。
The people might like that.
ジラードグループのイメージにふさわしくありません。
But stock prices! What about the stock? What about shareholder price?
ですが、お嬢様がそこまでおっしゃるなら。
Okay.
ねえね
え。はい。こちらも誠意を見せねばと思いまして。
いい心がけね。こんなにインタビューが楽しみなのは久しぶりよ。コーヒー飲む？
お嬢様。
大丈夫、一人でできるわ。子供扱いしないで。
She's gonna make us coffee.
では、いただきます。
Ojou-sama coffee.
いいの？
Guys, would you buy a coffee brand Ojou-sama coffee? Would you buy it?
断る理由がありません。
今までの人はなんやかんや断ってたのに。
失礼ですが、コーヒーメーカーを使用されたことは？
Machlian seemed surprised that I said yes. For some reason, it makes me panic a little.
イグラからいろいろ教わったわ。細かいことはたまに忘れるけど。
Machlian confidently steps over to the drinks counter, and Igla's expression grows tense. However, she merely keeps her distance. It seems she wants to see if Orphelin can actually pull this task off on her own.
何がいい？ちなみにラテが一番得意よ。
Oh yeah, make me some matcha latte.
では、ラテで。
Orphelin nods and heads over to the fridge before taking out a carton of milk and dumping it into the coffee.
Oh.
I used to work at Starbucks, by the way.
オルフェルーネさん、そこはミルです。
She's dumping the milk into the bean grinder. I'm screaming. I'm screaming. I'm screaming.
ああ、また忘れた。
I'm gonna crash out.
これ豆入れるとこだったわよね。開発部の連中もっとわかりやすく設計できないの？
Yeah, they should make a big. There probably is like a big picture on the thing that tells you, "Being go here."
今度こそ覚えたわ。
The grinder still works with milk inside of it?
これでどう？
ええ、大丈夫です。
次は。
So Orphelin is about to put the ground coffee under the tamper. The machine suddenly starts up without any warning, spraying the ground coffee powder everywhere. Most of it ending up on Orphelin's brand new lab coat. After seeing Orphelin's predicament, Igla sighs, but her eyes are filled with doting kindness. She steps quietly up to take the various implements from Orphelin's hands. How the fuck do you...
お嬢様、やはり私が。
How do you fuck this up? I'm gonna fucking kill myself. These machines basically run themselves, and she doesn't know what she's doing.
手が滑っただけよ。
そうですね。
Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the box, which seems to have originally been intended to transport weapons, is instead filled with various articles of folded clothing. It's immediately obvious they are all prepared for Orphelin. How many lab coats does she go through?
どうぞ。お嬢様がわざわざご用意された。
Wait, we still get a latte? Before brewing a latte and handing it to me. Oh yeah, thank you.
コーヒーです。
Thank you, Igla. I mean Orphelin.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
お嬢様の指示で入れたのですから。実質お嬢様が入れたも同然。
She's so loyal.
とにかく飲んでみて。
いただきます。
Coffee's really good.
おいしい。
It's nothing like the instant coffee Shiki-kan's used to drinking.
当たり前でしょ。私は一番いいものしか出さないんだから。
Orphelin smiled smugly as though she was the one who had made the coffee herself.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影後。
それって今までと同じじゃない。研究のことを知るなら、やっぱり実験施設を見学した方が早い。
実験施設？しかし、この方々に権限は。
Orphelin ignores Igla's hesitation and instead turns to me.
今まで外部の人間を通したことなかったけど、興味ある？
もちろんです。今まで公開されなかった施設を切り口に研究所の特集を組めば記事の信頼性も高まりますし、見学させていただけるのなら すべてのプラットフォームで大々的に取り扱う予定です。
I can make sure it makes headlines on all major publishing platforms. That's insane. I mean, it might actually get published. Who knows? I decided to accept the offer quickly before anyone can retract it. Yeah, say yes before they change their mind. Hey there, Q. Oh, hey, I heard you came back. Welcome home. Welcome home.
お嬢様、施設の見学は予定にありません。勝手なことをすれば、理事会やオレク様への弁明が。
This woman is like a complete mess. And she would be nothing without her butler.
お父様には私から言っておくわ。この研究所の責任者は私よ。
Igla's face is as professional and calm as ever, but I see the uneasiness in her eyes. The elegance is fading. However, in face of Orphalun's determined attitude, all she can do is nod.
かしこまりました。
ほら、ついてきなさい。科学がもたらす奇跡を見せてあげるわ。
Thanks for welcome back. Oh, そうよ。会いたかったよ。寂しかった。One biometric security door after another opens before Orphalun and allows us to enter the research base. Igla follows behind closely. Her movements are as elegant and flowing as ever, but her eyes sweep the surroundings, paying particular attention to us visitors. I don't see anything sinister here. In fact, a verdant expanse of greenery spreads before me. Orphalun stands to the side, looking up to the plants before her.
見て、これが楽園計画のゆりかごよ。今リビウの実験畑を埋め尽くしてる植物の種は全部ここで生まれたの。
感慨深いですね。
それが植物の面白さよ。でも普通の人間はおろか、学会の年寄りですら見えた？
何を？
ロマンよ。
Romance?
細胞シグナル伝達を非線形上微分方程式で表したとき。
When you see the plant hormone signal transduction pathways form a nonlinear dynamic system with chaotic she's fucking autistic me out. Please, I'm going through it, man. I don't know what the fuck she's saying.
エピゲノムを3次元に展開して準安定状態の分子が並んだとき。
Is this even English?
光合成で量子がコヒーレント状態となり、非マルコフ過程が見られたとき。
I'm gonna kill myself. When the quantum coherent state of photosynthesis propagates as a non-Markovian process of the sub-femtosecond scale.
異なる種が時間の経過とともにハウスドルフ次元で非線形システム的な変化が見られたとき。
Is this how autistic STEM women flirt? When an organism forms a complex fractal structure in hyperspace, its Hausdorff dimension exhibiting nonlinear changes over time.
こういった一つ一つの瞬間にロマンを感じるのよ。
The melody they create from weaving the sine and cosine is the most romantic thing I've ever seen in my life. How do you weave the words sine and cosine into anything romantic? What the fuck? Hairstyle of hers? It is. Double bun drill is kind of cute, yeah. I like these two little loose flare-ups. I don't know what you call them. These two like loose little strands. These little tufts of hair here. It's kind of adorable. They look kind of like wings. Speaking in tongues. Think about it. It's commotion in the motion of her ocean. You dig? No, I don't dig. I don't have a shovel.
言いたいことわかるかしら？
いえ。
I shake my head.
私にはあなたほどの知見も視野もありません。きっと私には見えないものが見えるのでしょう。
I'm sorry, you're just too great and smart and amazing. I don't know.
ですが、
I'm just some dude.
私にも科学者の友人がいます。 科学のもたらす恩恵が人類の輝かしい未来を
Oh
切り
man,
開いていることを実
he
感
is
しています。
playing her so well. He's playing her so well. He's passing all the speech checks.
私の言ってること理解不能で無価値だと思わないの？
それを大衆に分かりやすく伝えるのが我々の役目です。科学者を相手にするとつい小難しい話に目が行きがちですが、本当に見るべきはその科学者の夢なのです。科学は夢を叶える手段でしかない。そしてその夢こそが評価の基準となるべきです。あなたは植物そのものだけでなく、植物がこの世界を変える可能性にロマンを感じているのでしょう。
ありがとう。やっと私を分かってくれる人が現れた。
Oh my goodness.
正直な感想を述べたまでです。
この研究を始めてから便乗しようとする人間が後を絶たなかった。兵器開発に利用するもの、果ては家族まで私を客寄せパンダとしか扱わなかった。
Even my own family who want to use this research to build their own reputations.
グループやお父様の力にはなりたい。でも
None of them really wanted to know what I was studying. Yeah, they just wanted to know, will this make me money? Will this make me more famous? Will this make shareholder stock go up?
あの人たちの目には利益しか映っていない。私の夢なんか。
Everyone just wants to enrich themselves. Truer words have never been said.
でももういいわ。理解者がいなくても。
今のは
コーラプス粒子を放出して室内の放射線量を上げたわ。思ったより薄い反応ね。今までの人間だったらさっきの話を聞いた瞬間に逃げ出すのに。
You're flooding the area with radiation. Oh no, we're radiation. I'm getting out of here.
鈍感な人間ですので。
そう？変な人。でも安心しなさい。ここは安全よ。この私がそんな自殺行為するわけないでしょ。
Yeah, who'd be dumb enough to throw themselves in a radiation bath?
お嬢様、実験を長引かせると。
もう心配しなくてもちゃんと時間を見てるわ。
Eaglet does not press the issue. Instead, she signs silently to the sidelines.
ほら!
Look at the plants on the test plot. After being exposed to radioactive particles, their leaves slowly open and soft buds emerge at the end of their stems. This is followed by the buds blooming one after another, revealing flowers that look like they came outside of some fever dream. The colors of the petals are like a sprinkler of rainbows, changing with the angle of observation.
見た？これが楽園計画の導く未来よ。今見たホログラムデモンストレーションで消費した電力は1メガワット時。すべて植物が放射線を吸収したことによって生まれたエネルギーよ。
Energy converted from radiation absorbed by those plants.
私が作った品種は地中の装置を介して直接発電施設とつながってるわ。
They're using the plants as radiation generators for electricity.
運用規模によって畑の面積を調整すれば、その地域のコーラップス粒子を電気に変えられるってわけ。楽園計画が順調に進めば、リビウ周辺の実験畑だけでも毎日5000メガワット時の電力が賄えるわ。
If we can successfully initiate Project Eden tomorrow, the test plots in the yellow zone around Viv will generate 5,000 megawatts of megawatt hours of power per day.
それがどういうことかわかるわよね。
リビウ全体の消費電力に等しい。
It means the test plots can supply the entire power demand for all of Viv.
そう！私の研究はエネルギー分野に革命を起こすの。成功した暁には私を嘲笑った年寄りたちがこぞってひれ伏すに違いないわ。
As I listen to Orphalun's explanation, I'm reminded Perska's remolding pattern technology. But this is just a recreation of the technology Perska was using, and this so-called Project Eden doesn't seem particularly harmful. But is that really all? Is everything she told me really the truth? Orphalun doesn't seem to have realized my suspicions and continues speaking.
今公表されているのは第一段階、すなわ
How goes
ち
it?
植物による放
I
射線
can
除去。
understand why a lot of the fans really like her, but all I'm thinking is, how are the devs gonna make her die horribly?
でもいずれは新しい生態系を築いて、リビューの再生どころか世界中の環境改善も夢じゃない。
Like, good people never survive in this series, especially if they're scientists.
汚染エリアのコーラプス粒子濃度は大幅に低下し、グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアのエネルギーコストも削減されるわ。私がロレンを本当の楽園に導くのよ。
Contrast with like the beginning of this chapter where Kalina was like getting tired of working for the government, saying how nothing ever changes and there's poverty everywhere and criminal organizations and the corporations keep growing. Here, Orphalun's like offering a glimpse into a world where we have an abundance of electricity. Right? And oh my goodness, she's such a bright light in this horrible, horrible universe. They're gonna kill her.
見くびった人も全員見返して、そしてフランクフルトに戻っ。
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. That's not good. Don't say that word in front of our commander. He's gonna go through it. Orphalun seems to realize she's made a slip of the tongue and falls silent.
そういえば、あなたはフランクフルト事件の生き残りらしいですね。
He didn't crash out this time.
ええ、留学先だったわ。
She
そ
got
こで
caught
あの事件に
up in Frankfurt.
死ぬかと思った。
そんな辛い経験をされているのに、なぜ戻ろうと思うのですか？
Why do you want to go back?
あの時見たのよ。
You saw...
お嬢様。
Igla, we're getting to a good part. Don't interrupt.
かしこまりました。
どうしたの？
申し訳ございません。緊急な用事です。
またグループで何かあったの？いっつも肝心な時に。イグラは私の助手なのに。
チルロビグ様直々のご連絡です。急を要すると。
Chilavig? Isn't she dead? Didn't she turn into a puddle?
チルロビグ。じゃあ仕方ないわね。
はい。他の助手に本日の予定を伝えましたので、私がいないからといって許可なく実験を行ったり。
わかったわよ。
何かあれば。編集長、本日はありがとうございました。引き続き部をわきまえた行動をお心がけください。お嬢様の身に何か起きればくれぐれも。
やっと言った。イグラにはお世話になりっぱなしだけど、時々本当にうるさいのよね。
ところで、チルロビグさんは何者ですか？
ああ、グループの科学者兼私の友達よ。
Yeah, she's also insane.
さて、イグラもいないし。
There's still more.
楽しすぎて一瞬だったわ。
私も同じです。
いいのいいの。どうせいつものつまらない行事なんだから。あ、そうだ。記事が公開されたら SNS の反応を集めて送ってくれる？イグラに SNS を使うなって言われてるからアカウント持ってないのよね。
ええ、もちろん。
I suddenly feel a little guilty as I meet Orphalun's sincere gaze. While this interview is an important part of the fact-finding process, the fact remains that I am still lying to her. All I can do now is try to learn the truth ASAP, find Helena, and completely dismantle Paradius. Based on my conversation with Orphalun today, she doesn't seem to know anything about Paradius. and her understanding of class epiphyllums remains at an application level. Her answers to my questions today also seemed sincere enough. Based on her performance today, she doesn't strike me as someone who's given to putting on false pretenses. Paredes is using her research and controlling the events and leaves from the shadows.
オルフェルーネさん、最後に一つお伺いしても。
ええ、いいわ。
この研究で壁に当たったことはありますか？
壁？
前提としてあなたの能力を疑っているわけではありません。ただあなたのような若い科学者がたった一人でこれほどの実験を行っているとは。
Orphelin's expression suddenly turns complex. She bites her lip and looks like she's considering how to answer.
答えたら記事に書くの？
そうしてほしいですか
Orphelin hesitates. That fleeting weakness from before appears again, but vanishes instantly.
確かに他の人間から技術援助を受けたことはあるわ。親友のチルロビグ、グループの科学者、それから開発部のバカたち。
She's your best friend.
けれど全体の構想、仮説、理論モデルの提唱から研究所の設立まで全部私一人の力よ。信じてくれないかもしれないけど真理を見たわ。
Uh-oh.
真理？
ええ。あの時目の前に真理が広がって。
Uh-oh.
今私が理解しているすべてがあの時見たものなの。やっぱり変よね。今のオフレコでお願いね。
わかりました。
That was a setback? What? I'm confused.
あのさ、昨日の記者会見の後、普段はイグラに伝言を預けてばっかなのに。
すみません。
違う。今はロレン政府の対応に追われて、私にかまけてる時間はない。じゃなきゃとっくに何か理由をでっち上げて、あなたを逮捕してたわ。脅かすつもりはないの。それだけリスクがあったのに、あの場に来てくれたことを感謝しているの。あなたと話して、初めて誰かに理解される気持ちを知ったわ。今までずっとグループが当てたスポットライトの中で生きて若き天才科学者を演じてきた。ジラードグループの信用が失われた時の看板になるのが私に与えられた役目。もちろん一族の人間として当然の責任よ。お父様は全てを与えてくれた。でもたまに思うのよ。ジラード家の令嬢じゃなくて普通の人として生まれて普通の科学者になった方が幸せなんじゃないかって。
Why is she talking like this?
あの記者会見であなたは異質な存在だった。ああいう風に近づいてくるのは大抵企業スパイとかだから。
Well, I'm a spy, but not an industrial spy.
でも直感であなたは信頼できると思った。私たちどこかで会ったかしら。
Oh, she's saying it too. Have we met before?
ないと思います。
Perhaps he did rescue her in Frankfurt.
そう。じゃあ私の勘違いね。
はい、必ずいい記事にします。みんなに本当のあなたの姿を届けます。
ありがとう。
指揮官。
Assuming Orphelin really is innocent, could this be Chiliveg be the one pulling the strings? He rescued many during CK, of course.
2班にイグラの追跡をしてもらえないか。
ええ。待って。2班から報告。
What the? Before I can take another step, a massive explosion comes from the lab behind us. A grenade caves in part of the research building. Thick black smoke billows out from behind the structure.
クルーガーさんの言った通りか。狙いはあのお嬢様だな。 2班は攻撃準備。
了解。
Group 2 is 404, right? If that is the case, then we shall deploy 404. Oh, it's these two. The heck is that? This map is actually quite pretty though. I like the fountain in the middle.
Target 確認。反抗するなんてね。
どいて。指示は？聞いてるわ。静かにして。パーフェクト。これはリバネーも褒めずにはいられないでしょ。
Alva has been stripped of her equipment and bound to a chair. Oh no! She's being tortured. Her head is lowered and her eyes are dark. She's currently shut down. Cables of various thicknesses are plugged into her body. They're connected to devices surrounding her. You're trying to hack her? What's going on? Igla's lips curl with an almost undetectable disgust, but she maintains her composure. There's the researchers playing solitaire in the corner. Huh?
ダミー人形たちの服装と装飾、本当に必要ですか？
Is it Chiliveg?
この方が綺麗じゃん。
Yeah, I don't know if Chiliveg is a good person to be having as your best friend. Hot cup of coffee in one hand, and she's stirring with a spoon in the other. The murky coffee has so much sugar in it that it's practically solid. Ooh.
チルロビグ様。
Igla's slightly wrinkled brow and the revulsion in her eyes indicates her true feelings about the researcher.
私をお嬢様から引き剥がしただけの理由。
まあまあ、そんな怖い顔しないでよ。まず。
Why does this person dress like a middle schooler? Someone explain to me this. The Persica amount.
何の茶番ですか？
私の尊敬してる人の生活スタイルを真似てるんだけど、ちょっと砂糖入れすぎたわ。
I wanted to try and live like my idol in order to spark some inspiration. However, I'm bad with sweet stuff. So she is trying to imitate Persica. But Persica doesn't dress like a middle schooler. Are Paredes effectively all children except their far upper echelons? I don't know.
そこの、ここ、掃除して。
Cleaned up Jenny. Chilove chuckles and puts the sediment-filled mug back on her table.
ごっこ遊びも結構。
Then kicks off the ground to set her spinning chair revolving until she gets dizzy.
そうですが、用事がないようでしたら、ここで失礼させていただきま
Yeah,
す。
I'm sure there's someone who simps for Chilove. It's not me though.
お嬢様は大事な客人の対応中です。
相変わらず堅物なんだから。あんたのその顔、うちの猫が怒った時とそっくりだよ。
Chilove laughs in a melodramatic way and even jumps out of her chair, hopping and skipping over to Igla and making a kitty's got claws gesture. Kitty's got claws.
そちらこそ相変わらずのユーモアセンスをお持ちで。
お嬢様、お嬢様、いっつもそれだね。焼いちゃうな。まあ簡単に言うと、この子へのハッキングは失敗。もう目も当てられないくらい大失敗。
They can't hack her. Chilove's tone suddenly switches to a theatrical depression. She collapses into her chair, face falling into a mask of exaggerated despair as she tilts her head back to gaze at the ceiling.
メンタルは完全にロックされてて、107通りくらいの方法を試したんだけど、全部ダメだった。これが噂に聞くパンドラコードってやつ。10年経っても解読されてないとか。これだから天才は嫌いなんだよね。とにかく直接接続によるハッキングは不可能。はあ、やだやだ。
そんな集体をわざわざ晒すために私を呼んだのですか？
だってこうなったら第三世代人形様の力を借りるしかないじゃん。ジラードグループにあんた以上に電子戦に強い人形はいないでしょ。
あなたを助ける義理は。
そりゃあお嬢様の楽園計画がうまくいくために決まってるじゃん。
She's quirky and silly if evil like cute. She's not cute.
反逆があの箱を奪ったということは実験に使える情報が詰まってるからかもしれないでしょ。
But there's some kind of uncanny valley there.
役に立つって。
She's something that imitates and approaches cute, but cannot actually be called cute.
ああ、やっぱりそれだけじゃ納得しない？
彼女を起こしてください。
ほう。
何をお考えになられているかは知りませんが。
ひどいな。私の行動は全部オルフェルーネのためを思ってのことなのに。気をつけてね。防壁の突破に失敗したらこの子自壊しちゃうかもしれないから。そうなったらお手上げだよ。
操作を始めてください。時間は。
オレクのじじ、あんたの動きに気づいちゃったんだ。思ったより頭いいじゃん。もしあんたのやろうとしてることに気づいたら。
Interfering with his business. Time is not on our side.
発言にはお気をつけください。
はいはい。イグラ様最高。イグラ様は世界一。
Igla raises an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That is her sole expression of surprise. She gracefully adjusts her jacket and slowly walks up to Alva.
その反応は予想外です。
お前の無力さを。
When did Alva gain a sense of humor? Holy shit. I'm smiling because you're out of options. I'm laughing because you're powerless.
私のメンタルへのハッキングに失敗したんだろう。成功していたら私を起動させたりなんかしない。そしてお前がここにいるということは未だボイマスティナを捕らえられずにいる。それどころか居場所すら見当がついていない。じゃなければ唯一彼女に対抗できる戦力なのに前線から離れるわけがない。私なんかよりボイマスティナと話がしたかったんじゃないのか。
It's funny.
ボイマスティナの捕獲も私に対するハッキングのいずれも失敗した。内心相当苛立っているはずだ。
興味深い考察ですが、あなたは今敵を挑発していい立場にないことを自覚しています。これからあなたに起こることをぜひ楽しみにしてください。
ははん、もうやっちゃうの？アルバちゃん、あんたが後でどうなるか楽しみだな。泣き叫びながら許しを請うのか、メンタルが崩壊するのか。
お前は確かあの時
死んだはず？なんなん。でもそれより自分のこと心配した方がいいよ。イグラって普段は超真面目だけど結構えぐいからね。
えぐい。
きっといっぱい遊んでもらえるんじゃないかな。
Well, the voice actors definitely have a lot of fun with her.
チルロビグ様、その辺でご容赦を。
もう私を苦しめることはない。
何これ10ビットなんでありがとう。なんでくれるの ?10 ビット。クラリンさん、なんでマジでありがたいけど。Look at what could almost be admiration in Igla's eyes as she gazes at Alva. She takes a step back, her hand gently caressing Alva's cheek. It is a gesture so tender it could have come from a lover. It's the RE9. It's the Leon hair caress. She's doing the Leon hair caress from RE9.
強情な方ですね。ですがあなたの憶測に興味はありません。
Someone say Leon? Yeah.
それよりもあなたのパートナーが
Oh yeah, I was playing RE2 while I was
自由を得た事実に対して
Yeah, I do got a question. What is your breath smell? When the last time you brushed your teeth?
ずっと自分を足かせだと思っていたのでしょう。
The hot breath on his ear. Oh my god, old man Yowie.
最終段階から始めてもいいでしょう。
へえ、そうしちゃう？この子のメンタルどんな形してるのかな。綺麗な箱？それとも星空？いや、
構成防壁がダウンしました。
え、も
う？長くは持ちません。
オッケー。
Chilvik gleefully waves her hands. Her eyes are practically shining.
植物もいいけど、私は人形のメンタルをいじるのが大好きなんだ。まるで埋められたお宝を掘り起こすようなこのワクワク感がたまらない。科学の発展に貢献する気になったらいつでも声かけてね、イグラ。
その情熱、もっと有効活用できる対象が見つかることを願います。本来なら一刻でも早くお嬢様の元へ戻るべきなのですが、
Igla walks over to the control panel at the side of the lab and sits down at the high-backed chair. Her poise and posture are perfect, and her gaze is locked on Alva.
イグラがここまで重視してくれるなんて。
Chilaveg fakes a look of depression, but there's a sly glint in her eyes.
勘違いしないでください。これも計
Oh my
画を
god,
順調に進めるためで
this
す。
dialogue is dragging on.
あなたのやり方は
We do not need this many lines of
不安定要素
dialogue.
ですから。
We get it. I understand the characterization. Let's move.
もうい
Let's go. I'm getting bored. Yeah, Arknights won't fall. Like, actually get out of town with that shit. I don't have time for that. Thousands of Elids are rushing her like a flood, the horde extending as far as the eyes can see.
生きむくろ。
Alva frantically tries to bring her gun up to shoot, but she finds that her hands are empty. She is swamped by a tide of monsters, carried away like a reed in the flood. Rotate the equipment. I've never skipping a cutscene. No, man, I can't deal with this. They're just repeating things. Endless tide of Elids feels no pain, and eventually they get the upper hand. Her frame is gouged open by sharp claws and teeth. Her circuits are slashed apart. The sparks from her power systems char blackened, smoking chunks into the horde, but it doesn't stop them. This time it seems to foretell her imminent demise. Her limbs are slowly running out of strength. She doesn't know whether it's because her power circuits were cut, or it's because her CPU is on the verge of crashing. She opens her mouth, but she can't make a sound. The creatures bury her in the abyss. She doesn't feel pain, only a growing fatigue. She's getting a little tired.
しっかりしなさい AL94!
Wait. Who's that? Just as Alva's about to doze off, a mighty force suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her out of the Elid horde. Before she can react, she hears the sound of a gun cocking above her head. Right after that, she feels her AN-94 thrust into her hands like a fire poker. She stares in disbelief at the person who handed it to her. Oh my god, it's Anje.
無駄口叩いてる暇はないわ。
Ghosts don't speak! Why are you here?
戦闘準備
Holy shit. Anje's not supposed to be here. She's dead. You're supposed to be fucking dead. Why are you here?
現着 脅威を排除する任務了解
This is Alva's Neurocloud? I see. Naru no Hodo.
脅威を排除する
I kind of figured. Trying to hack it into the base layer. Uh-huh.
Limiter 解除最大火力戦闘終了脅威は全て排除しましたこれで先
She's in our hearts. You'd know if you didn't skip. Oh, I wouldn't skip it then make it so freaking long. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. Robots can't throw up. This is the only thing Alva can feel right now. It's as if she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe. Roars slam into her ears, accompanied by nauseating sounds of chewing. They're Elids. These aren't the usual Elid creatures, but human-based infected. The monsters before her eyes take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects, still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Is this continuum turbulence? Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, and so Alva fights back with all her might. Her gun spewing fire and bringing down one Elid after another. However, more Elids rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even the smell of charred odor in the air. We've already established lore of human-based Elids exist in GF. Yeah, of course. Where are the zombies? They're not allowed to show up due to gaming regulations. These monsters appear to have no fatigue or pain. There are far, far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's neural cloud. A profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower the gun. The sound of a sharp rebuke behind her. Her frame shudders as she frantically reloads. Anjay emerges from behind the cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up, and she's barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she's just the same as she used to be. After emptying her magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming tide before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. Anjay retreats, and Alva follows her immediately. Anjay pulls out a detonator and tosses it to Alva. Elid Horde has already swamped their previous position. Alva presses the detonator without hesitation. An explosion erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying. At this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station, and Anjay is leading her deeper inside.
Anjay
and Alva run towards the platform. Rail lines extend as far as their eyes can see, but there are no train carriages. The place where the train should be is instead full of monsters. Alva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is her final magazine. Meanwhile, Anjay pulls out her MP443 at her waist and her combat knife before. You're not gonna use a knife on these things. Countless Elids flood the train station, but the train Anjay is talking about does not arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays into the Elid Horde with all her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes. Where's the rest of Task Force Defy? Why aren't they here? That's right, how's Anjay doing? Alva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection. She tries to call Anjay's name, but she's unable to project a sound. Certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned out by the thunderous roars of the Elids. Her throat feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. Ooh, that did not sound good. She sees Anjay standing close by, facing away from her as she struggles violently against the Elids. It's as though she can't see Alva. Her gun spews flame as she pulls the trigger without stopping. However, there are too many Elids. It's an endless tide. Several have already fallen around Angelia, but even more are lunging at her. One of them pounces from behind, its sharp claws seeking her exposed back. Anjay nimbly evades it, but another charges from her side. She opens fire and kills that Elid, but even more rush up and surround her. Anjay's movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber. For all her strength of will and extensive training, she is ultimately only a human being. Her body bears several wounds, and fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the elites have already surrounded her as well, to the point she can't even take a step forward.
Anje.
All she can do is watch the horde swallow up Anje. This powerlessness is familiar. Alva reflexively reaches for the gun at her waist, but her hand finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Anje's pistol on the ground. It is the Viking that has accompanied her for 10 years. Anje tries to struggle to her feet, but the elite's sharp claws have already pierced deep in her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes. It is a more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed. Anje collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Alva can also see she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and refusals to accept her fate, there is no fear of despair here. Her lips are moving slightly, as if she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make out what she's trying to say. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground, and all the surrounding sounds vanish. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the elites attacking her, and shouts at Alva. In a world of silence, her voice is clear and almost deafening.
Notte!
Sound suddenly returns to the world. The elite howls pierce the silence at first, then the urgent blare of a train horn as it thunders into the station. She can also hear a machine gun firing from behind her. The elites around her collapse.
大変そうですね、先輩。
Ah! 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 Oh God! Alpaca jump scare! Oh God! Oh, I was not expecting you. Nadia? Is that... Did they have a name for her? The doll with the machine gun winks, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down one mob after another. Her smile is as mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes there's something else behind the mystery.
いや、あなたは確か。
Nadia is Shaw's lab assistant AI, who helped with AN-94's creation. Why does she call her that then? I'm not too well read on Shaw's backstory.
はい、死にました。
You can't just say that with a straight face, man. She is also RPK's neural cloud. Oh. Ah, I see. RPK-16 is Nadia. Okay. Man, I missed her with her, like, weird, scribbly eyes and her lack of highlights. You can just see the nihilism in her. I love her so much.
死は誰にも訪れます。
All men must die, after all. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, RPK-16's LMG finally falls silent. As I recalled, RPK-16 wasn't really finished, but in Shaw's final moment, the assistant's AI took over the T-Doll body. Oh! I actually had no idea when exactly Shaw died. I didn't realize she died right as 16 was being finished. That's interesting. She's out of ammunition.
でも人形は死と無縁。あなたも同じです、アルバ。
But dolls don't die.
ほら、列車に乗らないと。
Wait, are you saying that they can bring back RPK? That would be like the highest form of torture for her to be brought back. I kind of want that. Nadia also appears in the AK's Mod 3 stories. I kind of want them to bring her back just to make her suffer. Being alive is suffering for her, but that's perfect.
列車
All Alva feels is a stabbing pain. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. Other Defy members aren't aware RPK was the AI. Oh. Huh. They just thought she was weird. Okay. Alva opens her mouth to ask her what's going on, but she doesn't get a chance to say anything. Were they not around during that incident? RPK-16, still suddenly smiling, raises her hand and shoves her onto the train.
愛する娘よ。どうか元気で。
Take care of yourself, dear daughter. Beloved daughter. The force of the shove sends Alva rolling over the floor. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it, through the glass. She sees a doll who calls herself Embla, walking slowly towards Angelia. Meanwhile, more and more elites rush towards them, and soon they are buried. No matter how Alva shifts herself, she cannot see them.
RPK!
Yeah, going by her real name, RPK is Pandora. Wait, how does she know that she's Nadia, though? Did she find out later? Entirely new and she retains her wit. She's got nothing left if Nadia's desired would be torture and gives us a chance to recruit again. Going by her real name, RPK is Pandora. Right. Is that the name that Shaw was supposed to give her?
Limiter 解除。最大火力。脅威を排除する。脅威を排除する。アンジェ！
They forced her to activate all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links. So her experience during this enhanced interrogation session is as close to a human's as possible. Turn off my pain inhibitors, Doctor. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2, with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture. Oh, sir, they're uploading torture to her body. Very cool. It makes sense you wouldn't have to beat up a robot if you could just upload the sensations of pain to them. However, these attacks have not been effective, and thus, Alva woke up from her nightmare. Had she woken up of nightmare because of Angelia, or is it because of Nadia? Alva frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing of time. And her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes. Or maybe it's been a full day, and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. She noticed a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit is very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. There's an anxious, frightened look on his face. His forehead is covered in sweat.
イグラ様
Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious he's forcing it. Alva can tell that he's wounded. Igla maintains her calm bearing, even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard.
報告の内容を聞かせてください。まさか AK-15 が封鎖区域を突破したのですか？それとも何者かが下水道に侵入しましたか？
いえ。
Oh right, it's because the lab is being bombed.
お嬢様が
He takes up a deep breath, then finally manages to work up the courage to speak. But before he can finish explaining why he is there, hearing that key phrase causes Eagle to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by a rare savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground.
お嬢様に何か。
研究所が襲われですが、お嬢様は
The man frantically tries to explain himself like he's pleading for his life. Oh, look at those eyes. Look at those spiral squirrels in her eyes. She's going rabid. You ever wake up and you see those eyes next to you? She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. Oh, we can use this. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. It looks like it's been custom made, and its gold-plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Chilveg, who is spinning lazily in her chair. She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. It's primitive black powder propellant. She uses a black powder gun? Chilveg's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her body crashing into the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly, and she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head, and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go so wide as he covers his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in his line of duty. But right now, he's terrified beyond capacity for rational thought. Alva observes all this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but not surprising. Alva has already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Chilveg collapses, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all start to collapse lifelessly. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab comes to life. Looks like a sleep capsule Alva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with dazzling light. She just has a spare body, huh? Naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in wisps of what look like refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for the lab coat from a nearby peg and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapsed researchers who look like puppets with their strings cut begin to slowly get it back up. They appear as though they have been recalled to life. Okay, that's kind of hot though. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it. Oh, I did not need to see that. But it's plain to see that she looks identical to the Chilveg who's lying dead on the ground. They have the technology for instant cloning and like mind upload. In response to her snapping her hands, several researchers, like the one who cleaned up the coffee spill, promptly appear from a corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and the bloodstains. Their movements are swift and practiced as though they've rehearsed this countless times before. Maybe they've had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. I like butter I eat it. Yeah, me too. I don't like the idea of seeing it smeared across a person's face. It's as though nothing had ever happened.
戻ってください。
And the guard's just like, oh my god, what black magic is this?
何度も強調する必要はないかと思いましたが、もう一度言います。あなたの下劣な計画に協力しているのはジラードグループ。ひいてはお嬢様の利益のためです。
覚えてるに決まってるじゃん。それにそんなのどうでもいいっつーの。いきなり人のこと撃っちゃってさ、何も解決しないよ。
You know, maybe that's why she's so crazy. The repeated uploading of her consciousness into clone bodies is like screwing with her brain.
怖い怖い。だからオルフェルーネにも文句言われてるんじゃない？
A wisp of smoke coils up from the barrel of Iko's gun and she takes aim at Chilavik again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Chilavik's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. Our Chilavik doesn't seem the least bit afraid. All she does is shrink, shrug, and mock innocence. Chilavik follows the gaze back towards the source and realizes that Alva is awake. She bats her eyelash and opens her mouth in a parody of surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Chilavik has like a 3D flesh printer. It is all revealed towards AK-12 when Nadia took over Anjay's body and became Embla. Okay. Naruhodo.
私が研究所を後にして30分弱で襲われた。偶然にしてはできすぎていると思いませんか？
そういう予想できないことが偶然でしょ？私たちの出会いも含めてね。
Chilavik turns in place like a kid, her lab coat flaring out in the air around her.
反逆への尋問のためにと、私をここへ呼び出したのはあなたです。
そうだっけ？最近物忘れがひどくてね。
Chilavik affects a look of vexation, and then throws herself back into her chair and kicks her legs like a child.
でも私なら、八つ当たりするより、今すぐオルフェルーネのとこに戻るかな。無事だとしても、きっと心細いと思うよ。襲撃も一度で終わるとは限らないしね。
お嬢様にもしものことがあれば、あなたはもう二度と復活することはないでしょう。
ほっと余裕ないんだから。
Chilavik skips over to Alva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet make a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva.
まさか途中で意識が戻るなんて。あんたのメンタル、想像より強いな。
She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art, or a beloved toy.
普通の人形だったら3秒もすればメンタルがメルトダウンしちゃうのに、それをあんたは自力で抜け出しちゃうんだから。実はさ、イグラよりあんたの方が第三世代人形っぽいと思うんだよね。
Alva looks at the Naito researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and weariness.
オルログ財団の連中は揃いも揃ってボンクラだらけ。性能だけやたら重視してメンタルは個体を追うごとに稚拙になっていくばかり。
Each one they develop is stronger than the last, but the neural clouds get more and more childish.
強さが第三世代人形をたらしめる要素なら、最初の第三世代人形は RO635 じゃなくて AK-15 になるはずだよね。イグラはあの戦車ばかり気にかけてるけど、反逆正体で一番貴重なサンプルはむしろあんたなんだよね。サマンサ将はやっぱ天才だよ。生涯の大半を軍事産業に費やしてきたのに、いざ人形に転向したらあのパンドラとあんたを作っちゃうんだから。あの才能が羨ましいや。でもどんな天才でも死んだら終わり。最後まで生き残った者だけが勝つんだよ。あの天才たちほどの頭脳はなくても、私は真理に触れるまで生きる。あんたはそのための布石だよ、アルバちゃん。
Chiliveg bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window, like she was rapping on a pet's fishbowl.
さて、続けようか。あんたのメンタルに隠されたもの、全部掘り起こしてあげるからね。
Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel, shoves away a doll working there, begins operating the instrumentation herself. Oh, whoa, what's going on? Oh, Shizumu, Shimizu, Dex. Oh, Dex. Thanks for the raid. Oh my god, why am I getting raided by all these people? Hey guys, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hi, it's me, Dex. Yeah, I know. I feel sorry for Seven. Not recognizing Seven last time when he raided me. Hey Soma, hello raiders, hi. My name is Bird. How are you? We're in the middle of reading a VN with a evil scientist lady who clones herself.
You
guys ever heard of this game? Girls Frontline.
これで先に進めます。
Skin face? What the heck is skin face?
指揮官、
Yeah, you gotta
研
break
究所
one,
に侵入した
then
敵は
go
全
eat
て撃退
food.
したわ。
I'm actually eating food right now. I'm trying to eat as quietly as possible while still reading.
404の一番隊が暫敵と交戦中。そよ風小隊もここへ来てる。
404に繋いでくれ。
ええ。
来るかい。状況は？
交戦中です。敵の装備は強力ですが、所属は判断できません。生け捕りにしますか？
いや、殲滅を優先してくれ。了
解。ですが数は相手の方が上です。オルフェルーネを狙って3回されたら止められません。
これから彼女を避難させる。それが済んだら私の位置へ接近してくれ。
Lot like doing what? There's Blue Archive, there's Nikkei.
はい。指示を待ちます。
Punishing Grey Raven has a similar aesthetic.
ひとまず404に時間を稼いでもらう。コルフェン、そちらの状況は？
研究所の職員は全員逃げました。武装警備がいないんですね、ここ。
じきにジラードか警察が来るはずだ。それまでオルフェルーネを保護する。彼女の位置はわかるか？
さっき最上階まで逃げたのを見ました。
あそこか。わかった。すぐに向かう。
Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight from between unknown forces in Squad 404, we rush up to the rooftop, smash through the glass doors of the experimental complex, and force our way inside. We're forcing our way inside. Orange Aime, thank you for the follow. In the isolation chamber where Orphalune has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago, a figure sits there blankly, knees hugging her chest. Oh, she's crying. Groza and Kolfon check the surroundings. No armed personnel are in sight. I stow my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly towards that figure.
オルフェルーネさん、
あなたどうして？
帰りの車に乗る前に煙が立ち上がったのが見えたので助けに。
記者なのに英雄を気取らないで。
Yeah, about that. Maybe I'm not actually a journalist. Maybe I am actually a spy. Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Orphalun's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion either. Grab some stuff? Right, do grab some food. Sushi horror game, now I'm craving sushi. Honestly, I want to eat sushi too. Get some good sushi.
研究所を襲った連中は
撃退されました。
撃退？でもここに警備は。
私たちが撃退しました。
あなたたちが？
とにかくここは危険です。早く逃げましょう。
冗談じゃないわ。ジラードグループの次期当主があんな奴ら相手に逃げるだなんて。それに貴重な実験データを消されるわけにはいかないわ。
Despite her tough words, Orphalun almost drops the haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか？植物ならまた育てればいいですが、あなたに何かあれば全部終わるんですよ。
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私がこの研究がなければ私はきっと自分を見失うわ。
あなたはまだ20代です。これからいくらでも巻き返せます。
You're still in your 20s. You have a long life ahead of you.
フランクフルトで生き残ったんでしょ？なら今回も同じです。
Orphalun's eyes flicker, as though a memory has been stirred.
そうよ。ついでに研究所を一時的に移すのもいいかもしれないわね。明日のデモンストレーションは絶対に予定通りに行うわよ。
Get out of here. She is not 16. You're a fucking liar.
さあ、行きましょう。
指揮官、敵は研究所に強襲を仕掛けるつもりです。
わかった。
Don't lie to me. I know she's not 16.
できるだけ食い止めてくれ。今からオルフェルーネを連れて離脱する。
了解。お気をつけて。
伏せろ。
I shield Orphalun as we dive towards the doorway. One of the grenades hits the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters and fragments hurl them towards the blast. Isn't there like radiation sprinklers in there? Uh-oh. I look down and realize a shard of glass has lodged itself squarely in her leg.
Colfin!
Colfin picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls the shard out. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage.
もうすぐ安全な場所に着きます。我慢してください。
So convenient that we have a medic doll right when a human gets injured.
これくらいの傷、どうってことないわ。
Even as she says this, a small sob escapes Orphalun. She bites her lip hard, as if ashamed of her own weakness.
この建物に守りやすい場所はありますか？
Shikikan is human too. Shikikan is like a thing at this point.
正門は敵だらけ。突破するのは危険です。
下に防空壕があるわ。
わかりました。
We proceed with extreme caution towards the air raid shelter, while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks.
足、大丈夫ですか？
平気よ。フランクフルトの時の方がよっぽどひどかった。あの時イグラはまだいなかったから、お父様が私を助けて。イグラはまだなの？どうしてこんな時に。いや、私はジラードグループの次期当主。いつまでも守られてばかりではいい笑い者よ。
あなたならきっと大丈夫です。
Whenever her injured leg jostled, Orphelin would grimace, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. She then fumbles awkwardly for quite a while, finding a button and press, and opening the door to the entrance. The blast door is made of half-meter thick homogeneous steel, slowly swings open. While supporting Orphelin, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2.
裏庭の防空壕に入った。敵を近づかせるな。
了解。
おじけついたの？キュッ。私がみんなを守る。了解。
降参するなら今のうちよ。目標沈黙。目標沈黙。降参するなら今のうちよ。
指揮官、敵が撤退を始めました。
やっと諦めてくれたか。
いえ、そのようには。そよ風正体から報告です。
イグラ、早かったな。
到着まであと3分。このままでは鉢合わせしてしまいます。
撤退だ。彼女との衝突は避けたい。
狙いはオルフェルーネに違いありません。
私たちなら大丈夫だ。そっちは離れた位置から防空壕を見張っててくれ。今のままではイグラに勝てない。むやみに攻撃しないように。
Struggle on that motorbike, yeah.
了解。いつでも動けるように待機します。
ありがとう。
The attackers seem to be withdrawing because they've received news of Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Gerard group having such up-to-date information about the situation. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Colvin takes one and readdresses Orphelin's wound. Orphelin nods and thanks to Colvin, but she's still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her.
もう大丈夫ですよ。襲撃は終わりました。
Thank you, Mr. Reporter Journalist Man.
あなたたち、どうして武器なんか持ってるの？
近頃物騒ですから、護身用に射撃を学んだことがありまして。
そういうものなの？
Yes, please believe me.
ええ。オルフェルーヌさん、この研究所は過去に襲撃されたことはありますか？
いえ、一度もないわ。ここはずっと安全だったし、機密保持のためにグループの警備も置かなかったわ。
それはおかしいとは思いませんか？
Look, we have to do field reports in Detroit.
どうして？リビューはずっと平和だったのよ。
This attack was triggered by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research, or the coming after the young lady? If the young lady is a key figure in Project Eden, there is certainly no shortage of forces who'd want her gone.
指揮官、離脱しました。イグラが研究所に入りました。お気をつけて。
ああ。
あなたたち、本当に記者なの？さっきからのやりとり、どう見ても。
No, we're journalists. The shelter's security door is blasted open with a massive hole. Tremendous impact twists and warps the heavy steel door. As the dust settles, Eagle's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of the slender rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light, mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture is immaculate. Not that of a doll who blasted through a steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping through an opera house. Igla raises her gun, aiming it directly at my head. Step by step, she walks slowly towards me.
ご観覧の最中に申し訳ありませんが、今すぐお嬢様から離れてください。これ以上お嬢様に不快な思いをさせるものなら強行手段に出ます。
Igla's voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Gross and Colfin do not draw their weapons. I lock eyes with Igla, refusing to bend to her will.
イグラ、やっと来てくれた。
Orphalun's eyes glisten with joy, the composure she'd be forced upon herself completely crumbling. Igla steps forward, the sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest, in a flawless gesture of courtesy.
遅れてしまい申し訳ございません。お怪我を。
Look at that face. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Man, whenever she looks at you like this, it's like, oh, we're bound for a day of excitement right there. Ooh, wow. Oh, it's the Detroit of China. Good question. Former industrial area, but doesn't have any actual industry anymore, and crime-ridden. Good question. I don't know. Tenjin? For the first time, Igla's voice wavers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face, was swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an impeccable oath of loyalty.
これはお嬢様の助手として耐え難い屈辱です。一番必要とされている時のおそばにいられなかった。私は自分が許せません。どうか罰を。
Please punish me. Wow! Is she like an M? Oh yeah, no, she's a hardcore M. This woman is a masochist, for sure.
大げさよ。ただのかすり傷じゃない。どうってことないわ。
お強いのですね。この無礼者どもを追い払った後、傷跡が残らぬよう最良の処置をいたします。
You know, we can use this. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. We can use this. The opportunism in my mind is going like performing high-level calculations. Ah, I can see it. I can see the vision. It's within my grasp. We're gonna put Igla in a dress.
ファルベングループの回し者ですか。でしたら平和的な商談といきましょう。いくら受け取ったのかは存じませんが、ジラードグループはその10倍を出す用意があります。ホワイトエリアで一生遊んで暮らせるだけの金額なはずです。不満はないでしょう。
イグラ、誤解よ。この人たちに助けられたの。
お嬢様、どうか私にお任せください。
Maid uniform? Yeah, a maid uniform is a dress. How many maids do we have? Centaurace is out of her depth with all these new maids.
これは私の責務です。あなたはいつまでも高貴で純真であるべきなのです。そしてこういう不埒な輩の還元の真偽は私が見定めます。さて、お嬢様を解放する条件は
She's confused.
それともお嬢様の目の前であなた方を八つ裂きにするべきですか。
オルフェルーネさんの話を聞いてみてはいかがですか。私が信じられなくてもこの状況を見てください。もし襲撃者の味方だったらあなたが来る前にオルフェルーネさんを連れて逃げています。こんなところに残る必要があるのですか。
お嬢様を助けるふりをして信頼を勝ち取るためとも考えられます。
そんなことして何になる。
この人たちは命を懸けて守ってくれた。それに私の人を見る目は確かよ。私が気に入ったのだから間違いないわ。
Orphalun lifts her chin proudly. The tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes.
わかりました。お嬢様に免じて釈明の機会を与えて差し上げましょう。なぜ武器を持った戦術人形が付き添っているのですか、編集長。
May I ask this editor-in-chief to explain why your entourage consists of armed tactical dolls?
研究所の外でこそこそ隠れているネズミもそちらの手のものなのでしょう。
She actually noticed Group 2 monitoring the perimeter. As expected, she's not an easy opponent. Alright, random bullshit, go!
ファルベングループではないのなら、非軍事勢力管理局か、その他ロレンの下部組織。
Understand, this man has run around blockheads with his stories for ages. He didn't contribute in turbulence. He stalled for like a whole month just telling random bullshit stories. You are out of your depth here.
残念ながらそのどれでもありません。
では誰なのですか。
私は自分の目的で動いています。
お嬢様、お聞きになりましたか。やはり信用できない相手です。決してもよろしいですね。
でも
近頃の情勢からオルフェルーネさんに危険が及ぶかもしれないと思ったので戦術人形を連れ込みました。そして事実、彼女たちのおかげで襲撃者を撃退しオルフェルーネさんは助かりました。まさか私たちと襲撃者の違いがわからないなんてことはありませんよね。
もしかして最初から私を守るためにここへ。
Oh, she's 100% a prince type. Igla frowns, though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately. There's no changing Orpheloon's mind about this. Orpheloon raises a hand, signaling Igla to stay behind her. As her attendant, Igla cannot disobey her orders.
はい、それも目的の一つです。もう一つ
Give
は
Igla the sixtans treatment.
オルフェルーネさんに
Exactly.
私の本当に聞きたい質問に答えていただくためです。
I wasn't really feeling her, but then I could see the vision. And then they put her in a dress, and I'm like, okay, no, this is great. They put her in her maid outfit, and oh wait, no, this is great. You know, I am convinced that all prince type characters look really good in maid dresses.
本当に聞きたい質問。
Butler type, true.
オルフェルーネさん、楽園計画の本質はおそらく発表されたものとは違うのでは。
何を言ってるの。楽園計画についてならさっき見せたものが全てよ。
あなたは確か研究にあたって技術援助を受けたとおっしゃりましたね。それは誰から受けたのか教えていただけませんか。
Igla's posture shifts subtly. Her sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward a half pace, the sound of her heels echoing clearly in the shelter.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。重ねて警告しますが、私が未だ攻撃を開始していないのはお嬢様に血生臭い光景を見せたくないからです。
Completely like her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakable anger in Igla for the first time. I must have hit a nerve.
指揮官、イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました。いつでも撃てます。
Shut up. Klukai's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Orpheloon begins on her own.
大丈夫よ、イグラ。隠すほどのことでもないわ。さっき少し喋ったし。彼女は同じ植物学者よ。前は遺伝工学を専攻してたけど、10年前から植物学に転校した。
Genetic engineering?
名前はチルロビグ。親友よ。ネットで調べれば出てくると思う。正直、初めてあなたと会った時、なんかチルロビグに似てるなと思ったの。当時研究で壁に当たってどうしても乗り越えられなかったの。尺だけど。その時 あの子が現れた。ボトルネック解消の他に新たな方向をも提示してくれた。
Wasn't she acting as Tachyon type who? Yes. Oh, you weren't here earlier. So earlier they went to her secret lab and Igla shot her in the head. And as she limped over and bled out, a clone body emerged from a tube, from a vat, naked, and just grabbed another lab coat and continued on as if nothing happened. So, yeah, she's got infinite clone bodies.
私の植物が人類の未来を導くという理念に完全に賛同してくれたのよ。粒子変化の媒体問題もあの子が解決した。それがあの花たちなの。あの子には本当に感謝している。数少ない私のことを。とにかくシルロビグにはいろいろ助けられたの。はい、私の答えは以上よ。
Okay. So Orphalune is innocent. Chilaveg is the crazy evil one who's gonna do something weird with Project Eden.
次はそっちの番。あなたが取材しに来たのは本当に私の研究に興味あるから。
はい。
でも編集長なんかじゃないでしょ。
はい、違います。ですが研究には本当に興味があります。ただその理由はあなたの研究がとある邪教と関係があるからです。チルロビグもその一員かもしれません。
邪教？
A cult? Yep, it's always a cult.
パラデウス。この名前に聞き覚えは？
Orphalune looks bemused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
私の知る限りだと、あなたが受けた援助はパラデウス由来の可能性が高い。
パラデウス、あのドイツで有名な？
あれは汚染エリアで何千何万という人間を使って人体実験を繰り返してきた邪教です。
Can he say all this without blowing his cover?
昔滅んだはずなのですが、また復活しました。
I mean, his cover is already blown, but they don't really know who he is still.
そして人体実験の成果がその技術援助につながった。
嘘よ、いい加減なこと言わないで。
エピフィラムのことを思い出してください。粒子の媒体となる植物など自然発生するわけがありません。あれは何者かが明確な意志を持って作ったものです。そんなことができる人間、あの植物の由来、本当に何も知らないのですか？
そんなこと。
Orphalune stares at me with wide eyes, then looks away. As the areas of the Gerard group, it's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie.
そこまで。
Mother Hen is like, is that like the end of her patience? She's like she's getting ready to shoot me in the head.
昼食のお時間の前にお嬢様の食欲を削ぐ存在は抹消せねばなりません。編集長、まずはあなたからです。
待って。
Orphalune struggles to her feet, raises her arms, and steps between me and Igla.
お嬢様、下がってください。
This is so good. This is so delicious. Seeing her lose her composure. The elegance is like missing. It's shattered. The illusion is gone. She's actually really desperate. And like Chilaveg said, she's actually really childish. Panic seeps through Igla's voice for the first time, though her grip on her gun remains steady.
聞いて、イグラ。あなたはずっと私のことを守ってくれて、私の代わりに全てを決めてきたけど、今回は自分で向き合うわ。それくらいの勇気もなければ、世界を変えるだなんて少子千万よ。
It's a whole princess and female knight setup. Exactly. And the knight is also her butler. There's no trace of forced arrogance in Orphelin's voice now. Only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Eagle's hands tremble slightly, and she lowers her gun.
シルロビグが邪教に所属しているかもしれないって話よね。人体実験なんてそんなの許されていいわけがない。でもあの子からは植物学に対する情熱を感じたの。たとえあの子が悪い人でもあの子の知識で研究が前に進んだのも事実。
でもそれは無数の悲劇の上に成り立ってるんですよ。
ええ、そうかもしれないわ。あなたの言ったことが本当だとしても楽園計画が進めば、世界中の人々を救うことができる。
So what she's saying is like, well, even if she is evil, if the results of her research make, you know, the world a better place, and isn't that fine? But the commander is coming from this going like, okay, if she's evil, she's got to be having some sort of ulterior motive in all this. There's got to be some sort of evil plot at hand here, right?
放射線に苦しむ人もイエローエリアで生存が脅かされている人もみんな助かる。
There's got to be some sort of trick here.
たとえ後ろめたい事情があったとしても知識自体に善悪はないわ。でも私ならその知識をいいことのために使える。今日の取材で見たでしょ。放射線をエネルギーに変えられれば人々の暮らしを改善させるだけでなく無意味な単純労働から労働者を解放することもできる。
Free people from meaningless repetitive labor. Oh yes, we love automation.
そうすればより多くの人が生産的な活動に従事できるわ。
If we automate all the factories, then everyone can just become artists. I live in the year 2026, full of generative AI. How well is that turning out?
そんな世界が実現したとき、果たして私の研究が悪だったと本当に言えるの？科学がどういう結果をもたらすかはそれを扱う人間次第よ。
あなたの研究が悪用されない保証はありますか？
それは
確かに科学に善悪はないかもしれません。しかし逆に言うと制御する術を失えば悪魔の道具になりうる。そして誤った方法で正しい結果は導き出せない。
Average college student age mindset. Yeah, right. Lost my job to it. Yeah, exactly.
私はそれを見てきたんです。フランクフルト事件の生き残りなら本当は分かっているはずでしょう。エピフィラムが吸収したコーラプス粒子が何に使われるかあなたに制御できますか？楽園計画自体がすでに悪用されているとしたら。
That's true. You're going to be harvesting an incredible amount of particles. What's going to happen when those particles get released? Are you going to be in full control of that?
どういうこと？
とある事件現場でバイオポッドに詰められた人間が大量に発見されました。
Large numbers of victims sealed in culture tubes. That's this game though, right? It's not GF1.
現場は非合法の地下実験室で、ポッドの中には被害者の他にあなたが研究しているものと酷似した植物がありました。
There was the Elid boss. That's the giant plant. If automation makes art for us, everyone can work in the factories. Except the factories are also being worked on by AI, so basically humans can't do anything anymore. If AI is taking our jobs, why don't we turn into AIs and beat them at their own game?
彼らは生き袋やブージャムの製造に使われていたのです。そしてそれは大量の粒子による被爆でなければ不可能です。 そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば、ブージャムの量産すら実現してしまうかもしれない。
Does she even know what a Boojum is?
あなたの研究がどれほどの被害をもたらす可能性があるか理解していますか？それでも正しいと言い切れますか？
それはそんなこと全然知らない。
I built a giant robot with a railgun. The military didn't tell me that they would put nukes on it.
イグラは知ってるの？
I created this giant robot for peace. Orphalune's voice trembles. Her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind a proud facade.
お嬢様。イグラ、本当のことを教えて。
先日ジラードグループ管轄の衛星都市で似たような事件が起き、私もその捜査に参加したことがあります。ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれたので。
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルロビグ様との関連性を示す証拠はありません。
You fucking liar.
そう。
You filthy liar. You're getting on my ass for being a fake reporter, but you've been lying much more than I have. Orphalune clenches her fists, not daring to look at me. She turns and issues an order to Igla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。私の研究を悪用する奴がいたら。
今ですか？
ええ、そうよ。この研究はより良い未来へ導くためのものなのよ。
ですが、この者たちは
返してあげ。
それはできません。
The projection on us exactly. I can write. I can be some lady's fake lads. Imagine AI got advanced enough we have dull technology IRL. OnlyFans models would start complaining about AIs taking their jobs.
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
You don't need to imagine. They were all trying to get Project Melody banned from OnlyFans. Half truths to help the cover up.
状況が変わりました。この者たちが技術援助の件を暴露すれば、お嬢様の研究は無に帰すでしょう。それがあなたの望む結果ですか？
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露することなら好きにして。私は自分の研究がたとえどんな後ろめたい事情があったとしても世界のためになると信じている。私の立場は変わらない。科学はあくまで道具であって善悪はない。それがどう使われるかは人間次第。
You guys remember like the other event where OD01 where Gerard basically owned the entire city? And Rurik like paid off the entire police force. They owned all the hospitals. Even the coffee makers were made by Gerard. Right? The police force was completely paid off. They were corrupt as hell. And here now we have like this Gerard heir. And she's supposed to make all of that forgiven. Right? It was comically evil how much Gerard owned a monopoly in OD01. I don't know what we were trying to make us feel like in this event with this girl.
私の研究は絶対に悪用させない。楽園計画は明日から正式に始まる。それを見たあなたが意見を変えることを期待しているわ。
Cuteness, aggression. Her crop top? Like, I'm not feeling the colors. Right? She looks like she's wearing like a prison outfit with the colors. I think if it was a lighter color, it'd be really cute. But like the gray is not, I'm not feeling it. And the RNC allowed it, exactly. The RNC allowed it. She reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me while speaking, to lower her weapon. Orphalune, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress.
返してあげて。命を救われた恩をあだで返したくないわ。
Iga looks at Orphalune, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods. Real Honies hate the URNC.
仰せのままに。
パーフェクト。これはリバネーも褒めずにはいられないでしょ。
Corposant is trending on Twitter. Why is Corposant trending? This is just a small niche game made by a small indie PMC. Why would Twitter be interested? After the aftermath, at the research incident facility is dealt with, Igla calmly steps into the laboratory. Her footsteps strike the marble floor with precise rhythmic clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority, yet landing with the lightness of a ballet dancer's point.
Aloha! Okaeri!
She is so much hotter to me now that she's naked. I was not feeling the middle schooler outfit she was wearing before. She definitely looks better without it. Like, now she actually kind of looks her age. Isn't she like 30 something? Why are you dressing like a middle schooler? Chilaveg still wearing nothing but a loose white lab coat. She sits barefoot on a swivel chair and spinning happily, a cup of coffee in her hands nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural, while cunning and madness glint in her eyes. Trending page is targeted, right. She lazily swings her legs, the faint curves of her body beneath her lab coat forming a stark contrast with the laboratory's solemn atmosphere. It's a lab coat. It's giving boyfriend shirt vibes. You're right!
ご無礼をお許しください、チルロビグ様。
Igla inclines her head slightly, then suddenly lashes out with a kick, sending a marionette doll flying straight into the wall with brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The marionette doll dressed as the researcher sticks to the wall as if glued there, limbs hanging limp, like a mosquito slapped flat. That's some imagery right there. The laboratory walls let out a groan under the strain.
Oh, Rambo
Oh, Rambo Muñoz! So funny. I'm gonna miss her when she dies permanently. But yeah, this is definitely the boyfriend shirt vibes of all time. It's just a shame she's an insane, crazy, evil person. Chilaveg jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed marionette doll. Wait, then again, even if she dies, she'll just revive with a new body, right? Okay, that opens up so many possibilities, actually. Okay, maybe I'm turning around on Chilaveg, you know? Chilaveg girlfriend? Wait. Wait, no, that might actually work. No. It wouldn't. She's evil. Oh, but... No, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
いいね。こういう八つ当たりの仕方好きだよ。私の脳天をぶち抜くよりよっぽど面白い。
God, she's such a pervert. You can hear the perversion in her voice. Crony sponsored stream? Oh, what happened during the Crony stream? What's the little translation there? Where? Translation of where?
いいね。こういう八つ当たりの仕方好きだよ。私の脳天をぶち抜くよりよっぽど面白い。あ、乱暴者。
Yeah, no, in here she just says... She just says, oh, you brody, you bloat. That's what she said. She said, oh, you bloat. Lambo mono, a violence person. So basically it's a brute. She said, you brute. You brute! She's doing the uwu voice, basically. She's doing a very exaggerated uwu voice. But it's like a funny uwu voice, not a seductive uwu voice.
率直に申し上げます。
Igla calmly smooths her sleeve. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial.
今
Showing
ま
off
で
the fan
再三
service
強
aspect
調
of the
しま
game,
した
like the
が、
dorm. Oh,
今
right.
回が最後です。私たちの協力関
She
係
got
にお
super
嬢様は
flustered.
関係ありま
ASMR
せん。
mode made her so panicked she exited out. There's an ASMR mode? What? Chitave clasped her hands behind her back and circles Eagle like a curious little girl, thinking aloud with exaggerated flair.
どうしてまたいきなりオルフェルーネの話を？もしかして私とオルフェルーネの関係に焼いちゃってる？
She's got the cat mouth. I've also got a cat mouth, by the way. I noticed. Recently, I've been looking in the mirror and been like, do I have a cat mouth? And it turns out I do kind of have a cat mouth. Dreamscape in the second floor. Oh. Oh, yeah. That wasn't really my thing.
それとも私がお嬢様に何か悪いことでもしたから？
Oh, right. We did do that with Groza.
あなたにそう呼ぶ資格はありません。
そう。でもあの子はあんたの所有物じゃないよ。
I suppose there was a good bunch of good reaction out of Pony, but Botan would absolutely be a better pick. For sure.
まあ確かに裏でいろいろやりとりしてたけどさ、それも個人指導のためだよ。
I mean, yeah, it's kind of extreme. Even for Japanese goofy voices, she is like really out there.
でもやっぱりあの子は可愛いからつい必要のないこともしてあげたくなっちゃうよね。
Fried pork belly. Oh, wow, that sounds really good, actually.
何の話ですか？
Ina? Oh. I know what you mean. The Ina connections. I know.
だから私もオルフェルーネの味方ってことだよ。
I'm in the know.
それもこれ
So to
も
say.
全部オレクのジジイが非軍事勢力管理局に尻尾振ったせいだからね。あいつはジラードグループをロレンに明け渡すつもりだよ。あたしもといパラデウスがジラードに協力したのは全部オルフェルーネの研究のため。ついでにグループの再建もしてあげられたら万々歳。
They're gonna make the Gerard group great again!
オレク様の思惑通りに進めば、あなた方との協力は一切中止されます。
それ以上だよ。あの薄汚いハゲジジイ。保身のために私たちを売るつもりなんだよ。
She suddenly stops and hops onto the workbench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air.
だからイグラあんたを呼んだわけ。あのジジイと違って頭いいからね。あいつになり代わって管理局からジラードグループをオルフェルーネとの協力関係を守ってほしいんだ。楽園計画明日からなんでしょ？あの子が10年もの間積み上げてきたものが
She did even
壊
mention
さ
being
れ
a
る
fan
の
of
見
GFL
たく
back
ない
in the
で
debut
し
stream.
ょ？
I think a lot of people fell off after playing the initial time. Most people who say they like GFL never actually reached past Continuum Turbulence. The stream was fun. She was gushing over Arcade 15. Yeah, I know. I was there. The moment her hand makes contact, the surface lets out a faint groan, then collapses. The entire workbench splits apart as if rifted by an invisible force. Documents, instruments, and coffee cups spilling onto the floor in a chaotic avalanche. Yet Igla herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle on her clothes.
この愚かで物質的な提案を飲む唯一の理由がお嬢様のためだということをお忘れなく。彼女を傷つけようものなら、あなたであろうとオレク様であろうと関係ありません。
Oh, so she really is just loyal to just Orpheloon.
あのさ、もうちょっと頭を使って よ、イグラちゃん。
I was to say, like, what I mean is that most people who say that they like GFL liked the initial setup. They never actually delved deeper into the story, is what I'm trying to say.
あたしがオルフェルーネを傷つけるわけないじゃん。オレクと管理局の密約をわざわざ教えてあげたんだよ。
So, like, when people say they like GFL, they're saying something different from what you and I say when we say we like GFL. Because we actually dived deeper into the weeds. Nikkei did a better job. Nikkei just has a really... They just got a better writing team right off the bat. I'm sure they saw how GFL struggled and they were like, let's try to avoid that.
あのジジイが守りたいのは自分だけ。お嬢様なんか最初からどうでもいい人なんだよ。
A redone anime? Yeah, I was kind of hoping for the anime just to start at Singularity. That's what I wanted. For the people who said they're fans in 2020, things are very different now. Some questions of fighting about that? Oh. Yeah, it always came across as very silly to me. It's like, you know, look at Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 1 Remake. Right? Resident Evil 1 Remake was Resident Evil if they could have made it with the resources they had at the time. They rewrote a lot. You won't see anyone defending the original Resident Evil 1 interpretation of the story or the game, right? And that's how I see it. If given the opportunity, Yu-Zong would have done chapter 1 through 6 very differently. Surface level understanding of the series has and always will be a gate that bars people from pretty much. In the next instant, with a move so fast to see, too fast to see, she grips Chilavig by the throat and lifts her into the air. Igla's voice is ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely by now.
たとえオレク様にお嬢様を裏切る意志がなくとも、お嬢様をお守りするのは私です。
Dual Shikikan set up only to kill one off is dumb. Yeah, exactly. I agree. If you want Dual Shikikan, you've got to commit to it.
そうだよね。
No, don't kill her. She's so sexy. She's got the boyfriend outfit going on. For me, it's not like Nitte had a better rating. It's the fact that Yu-Zong has to lead everything by design. They took on too much too fast. The CEO should not be doing all this other stuff. CEO should be running the organization. Alright, when the company gets to a certain size, the CEO should not be doing grunt work.
だから一緒に楽園計画を完遂させることがジラードが返り咲く唯一のチャンスってわけ。オルフェルーネは頭が良くて勤勉で夢が大きいし、何より超可愛い。だからこそあの子は計画に必要不可欠なんだよ。あんたが何百回私を殺したってそれは変わらない。
They aren't one of the blessed chosen to be able to perceive nirvana. I mean, even I'm not that deep into the weeds, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not even gotten to all of that, you know, lake of cognition bullshit, right? The lake of cognition, the garden of whatchamama, the flower fields of blah 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 blah. I have not gotten there. Alright? I've read Reverse Collapse, and that's where I have my That's where I draw my line. GF1, they didn't know what they wanted yet. Exactly. The tone completely shifted, and they turned it into a prequel to Reverse Collapse, to Bakery Girl. And they didn't know that they would be doing that. They thought they'd be ending service to the game. Like 4 years in, right? So it very much is like a Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 1 remake sort of comparison. You were in Kuroko's lore stream. I was. Wait, no, it wasn't. She was in my... Didn't I host that stream? I don't remember. But like, basically, right? Basically, there's a lot that I don't know. There's a lot that I don't know. And we're going on multiple conversations here, but like basically, GF1, it changed as the game went on, right? The ideas going into it changed. The direction of the game changed completely. They didn't know they'd be doing that stuff. So like what we ended up getting was like just a very unoptimal, very, very, very unoptimal. It's a lot to wrap your mind around. It's not that it's a lot to wrap my mind. Is there's a lot of text that I don't want to read through. A lot of people are thinking it's going to be a gun version of Kanko, and that's what it was at the start. In the beginning, it really was a gun version of Kankole. And that's what a lot of people still believe, even now. Always meant to be a prequel to RC, but only since that it shared the setting. Yeah, like they didn't actually think to have it lead directly into it. Yeah, they put it in like after the fact, and during the early release they had stuff, but it was also like just subtle sorts of references. There wasn't a true like, yeah, we're having this actually lead into the story. Not until later. Not until Singularity, at least. The original plan was actually to end the service around Continuum Turbulence. They were actually going to go end of service at that point, but they changed their minds. I think the intention was to end service and develop a sequel. I know the timeline, don't even at me. Okay, I used to be really into it. I played the original Bakery with Kuruko. Right here on this channel.
計画のためにも私があの子を傷つけるわけない。理解した？
計画の成就はお嬢様の宿願です。それについて反論するつもりはありません。ただ、お嬢様は純粋な科学者であられます。彼女の研究はあなた方の道具ではありません。
I mean, Arknights wasn't even announced at the time.
そうだね。私なんかと違ってオルフェルーネはいい子だから。
Okay, you're actually surprisingly cute. I think Chilavig might even be a little bit jealous of Orpheloon. Maybe Chilavig doesn't actually want to be a bad girl. Maybe she wishes she was like an innocent young heiress deep down inside, through all her sarcasm and her Looney Tunes mannerisms. Maybe she actually wishes she was more normal and lived like a good person. Guys, I think she might actually be wifeable. Shinza Naito. Don't worry about it. You're seeing the vision, yeah. Like, I'm reading this and I'm like, could it be that deep down she actually wants to be good? Deep down she doesn't actually want to be evil? She's actually a little jealous of Orpheloon. Yeah, Singularity was ridiculously well received. I think they were actually definitely planning on ending the series there. They were like, it was everything leading up to it, and the way that Singularity ends, you could see it as like the ending of GF1, and then they decided to continue it because wait, we're actually onto something here. Wait, we're actually cooking. They're like, wait a second, we're cooking. And instead of ending the game, they introduced a ton of new features, including the heavy weapons core.
でも考えたことある?
She's Prometheus. I don't know what that means. Perska doesn't even wear panty. Huh? Wasn't Machlian also? Yeah, Machlian was a Naito. Yeah, no, I think she might actually, deep down, wish to be a good person.
楽園計画が実現すれば、ジラードは新たな高みに到達して、オルフェルーネも世界から注目される。
And I'm not saying this because she's like naked doing the boyfriend shirt. It's not because of that.
そうなったら、あの子の体に隠された秘密も知られちゃうかもね。
Igla's gaze turns icy once more. Have you seen the full body of Perska in GF2 compared to 1? She's also naked under her lab coat. The fuck?
その無礼な発言の趣旨がわかりません。はっきり言われたらいかがですか？
私は事実を言っただけ。真相は隠されるから面白いんだよ。
Oh, wait a second. I know people who talk like this. I know people who talk like this, who like throw like random fucking metaphors at you, as if you're not even having a real conversation. Oh, those people throw me up a wall. They drive me up a wall. I fucking hate them. I talked to a girl like this before. Fucking insane person. Genuinely crazy. Had the gall to project onto me. Say, accuse me of one thing while doing that exact thing to me. The gaslighting is so powerful. Chilivik prances right up to Igla, looking up at this most powerful third-gen doll with a smile both innocent and dangerous.
この世にバレない秘密なんてない。
Points against
パ
her
ラデ
being
ウスの知っ
wifeable.
てることは他の誰かにもいずれ知られる。
Yeah. What was she in the crazy hot scale? Definitely crazy. What was the scale again? What was it? You want to be a 7 hot with like without being an 8 crazy? Something like that. What was it? You want like what was it? The wife zone is a 5 to 6 crazy, a 4 to 6 crazy while being an 8 or while being like an 8 to 9 hot. That's the wife zone, I believe. No, maybe that's right. Maybe I should just use that graph whenever I'm like thinking about talking to a girl. I'll just like chart her on the crazy to hot scale. It actually makes sense. The crazy hot scale. It makes sense. Why don't we actually use it in practice? I've seen the theory. Where does Chiliveg land there? The crazy to hot. She's definitely crazy. She's not that hot. She's kind of like, I don't know, do you consider the way she talks to be a form of hotness?
それは脅迫と捉えてもよろしいですか?
She's definitely like a 9 to 10 crazy, for sure. Her craziness is pretty high up there, but she could be hotter. Exactly.
脅迫? そんなことしないって.
She's more impish. Only if you find the craziness itself hot. See, like Felicienne, right? When she was taking over, what's her name's body, and at that point where she was confused of exactly who she was, and she was hurling insults at her fellow Manus Vindictae, her fellow evil villains, and she was like claiming that they're all like ganging up on her, an innocent woman. I was like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. She doesn't even know who she is anymore. That's like up there in the crazy, and it's kind of hot.
これはただの忠告。
I see on someone an ex wished an arrow drawing of hate sex with her. This girl? Yeah, I mean, hey man, if she's got spare bodies lying around, you know, you could just imagine the strangulation play you could do with that. You know? She's got spare bodies anyway. Hello?
私は楽園計画がうまくいけばそれでいいし、あんたはジラードグループを立て直せる。
Guys, do you see the
オルフェルー
vision?
ネは生涯。
Just imagine the possibilities.
まあ、あの子の年でそういうのは早いけど。
She's basically made for hate
費やした
sex.
夢が叶う。
But maybe she like, maybe even though she's made for hate sex, maybe deep down inside, she wants to be treated tenderly. Maybe deep down inside, she wants to be treated tenderly and like a little princess.
みんなウィンウィンのハッピーエンド。その後起こることに目をつむればね。
Why stop when she stops moving when there is spares? Because it's weird having her wake up in a different body, walk up to you and like see you like, you know, doing your thing with what is now a rag doll.
それについて対策は。
まあ大前提
Actually, that opens up its own possibilities.
楽
Oh my
園計
god.
画を完遂すること。
Why
あ
am I
の子を
saying
守
this
る
out
ためとか言
loud?
って計画を中断するのは言語道断。
You guys see the vision, right? Now, I don't say that I see a vision. I'm not even implying that I see a vision. I'm just asking if you guys see the vision, okay? I am pure and innocent as freshly driven snow.
今言ったリスクを回避する方法は簡単。あとは O43 をできるだけ早く連れてきてくれたら、私一人だけで楽園計画を進められるかもよ。そうすればお嬢様を危険なことに関わらせなくても済むじゃん。同じ科学者としてそんなことをするのは両親が痛むけど。協力相手の気持ちの方が大事だからね。
そんなことをしてあなたに何のメリットがあるというのですか。
あんたとの友情。
I need more water. What the heck? She's really creeping me out.
それに秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
Chilaveg winks playfully. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. See what I mean?
でもそれもあんたの鬼ごっこの腕次第だけどね。
Oh, she's blackmailing her. And Alva's just like watching this drama play out from the vat. Igla knows Chilaveg is right. No matter what, capturing Void Mestina, retrieving Helena, and completing the mission she was given from the start remain her top priority. As for Chilaveg, there'll be time to settle that score later. So, Eden Project might be Paradis' plan to mass-produce Bujums.
反逆の干渉がなければ
And for some reason, they need Helena to complete that research.
O43 は連れ戻します。必ず約束をお守りください。
And again, she lies to Orpheloon. Inside the capsule, Alva's body convulses violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain. Pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connection. Igla smooths the hem of her suit and walks towards the exit.
おやおや。
Chilaveg watches Igla's back recede. Then turns to Alva, writhing in pain.
悪く思わないでね。本当はもっとや 優しくしてあげたかったんだから。
Mass production of Boojums doesn't seem very William. I mean, is William even in charge of parodies at this point? Isn't he just off doing his own thing in the UNC labs? She sighs and beams brightly again. Hopping back to her seat, she picks up fresh coffee and gazes at the hibernation capsule.
どうせ死ぬ運命なんだし、せいぜいデータを貢献してよ、アルバちゃん。
What if we just tied this girl up? What if we just tied her up so she wouldn't be able to do any more villainy? There's still so much more. Why is 1.5 so long? We've been going at this for 6 hours. Alright, I think we're ended here. I think we ended here, guys. The story has been... wow. How much time do we have left? Until April. I don't believe you guys when you say 2.0 is short, because this looks long to me. I don't see any more with the project detail. No, he's in RC. Yeah, he's in RC because he was recruited by the URNC, right? He was recruited by the Resartrists, and he was recruited at the end of GF1. So, at this point, is he even part of Hurrius in GF2, or are they just doing their own thing? Part 2 is also long. Ah, that's cool. 15 days? Oh. I'll have to schedule, like, likely 2 more streams at least. Also, the music for part 2 sounds so good. What the heck? Pathforger? Oh, I'm not playing this shit. I am not playing that. I am not playing that. No, thank you. I am not playing the board game. You will not make me play it. But yeah. Wow. The music for part 2. I'm doing headbangs right now. Do you like Pathforger? Oh god. Do you also play 100% OJ? You got Shiki-Kan swimwear? I do got Shiki-Kan swimwear. We beat Splash Bash is really short as a minigame. Yeah, I mean, it sounds about right time to end stream too. My nose has been running this whole time. Oh god. It's a remix version of the loading screen, is it? I did not hear the first loading screen. They use completely different instruments. It's probably why this one hits so much more. Yeah, you can hear a lot more of Vaporwave here. Vaporwave? Yeah, this is Vaporwave. Vaporwave and Cyberpunk? Yeah, Cyberpunk. Thanks for peak stream and the funny conversation. Were they that funny? We just ended up talking about how to wife the evil villain for most of the end. How do we correct her ways? Can she be corrected? Where does she fit in the evil or crazy hot chart? The crazy hot matrix. Where does she fit along that? I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let me check it out. The night is still young, but I am tired. Alright, I got a friend who's streaming Enfield on YouTube. And what else do we have here? Following. What do we got on Twitch? Oh, you know what? I'll just raid them on Twitch and YouTube. All right. Unable to raid? What do you mean unable to raid? I've never had that happen before on Twitch. Oh, that's weird. Dark green hair doesn't quite work for me, whatever reason. I think green hair, like, typically it reminds you of snake characters, right? Okay. Weird. Let me find someone else to raid on Twitch. I'm going to raid into Desync. Yeah. Alright. You guys don't know who Desync is? He was the punch wizard in VTRP. Adventure! He was a real cool guy. Let's check him out. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.